Chapter 331, Breaking Waves. A sword attack you just learned? If not for Ian previously beating the strong Junyu, using some unknown technique to defeat Xianshui through trickery, and having a remarkable battle record, Fenglin would have suspected that Yun had a mental problem. He was actually going to use a sword attack that he recently learned to attack her with all he got when he had never even used a sword before. In the Tai A Divine City, there is a sacred ground for learning saber and swords. I had the privilege of entering the sacred ground of swords and gained some insight. Yun gave a vague explanation. Fenglin was stunned upon hearing this. There was a sacred ground for learning the way of the saber and sword in the Tai A Divine City? What sacred ground of sabers and swords? It's just the saber tomb and the sword tomb. At this moment, a Yunlong 72 Pagoda's elder transmitted his voice, using Yuan Qi, right into Fenglin's ear. This old man knew that the Tai A Divine City had two mystic grounds, named the Saber Tomb and the Sword Tomb. Both of the tombs were treated as an absolute treasure by the Tai A Divine City. And this bunch of Tai A Divine City fellows guarded this place very carefully, believing that it was a remnant of a great emperor expert, calling it a sacred ground for swordsmen and saber users, despite not even being able to verify the tomb's history. However, to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders, this was all just intentional idealizing and bragging. Although they had never seen the sword and saber tomb, they knew that, over many years in the Tai A Divine City, many sages would constantly enter the tombs to gain insight into the sword and saber Tao, but weren't the sages that grasped something from the tombs still considered a bunch of wheat trash? In every generation of the Tai A Divine City, only the city lord was worrisome. Even if the tomb's grade was as described by the Tai A Divine City, taking 10,000 steps back, so what if it really was a remnant of a great emperor? As people studied the sword tomb for tens of millions of years with no obvious results, how could a young junior, like Yun, go in and come out with the ability to flip the heavens? Linner, this kid is just bluffing. Saying that his uncontrollable power will hurt you is just psychological warfare. If any sword move can be learned from the sword tomb, the Tai A Divine Kingdom would long since have exceeded the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Would they then have gone around asking for help just because of the fear of a shepherd boy? You do not need to bother with it. Just go all out. Even if you kill Yun, it is what he deserves. With us around, you can rest assured. We are on the side of reason, so the Tai A Divine City will not dare to do anything to you. The white-robed elder who had transmitted his voice was half a teacher of Fenglin. Fenglin's water elemental laws were all learned from this white-robed elder. Linner understands. No matter how good Ian's sword techniques are, I will do my best to use my sword attack. Fenglin did not despise Yun. Her powerful stance was continuously rising. It was as if she had become a jade maiden mountain that could not be looked at. In the elder's stance, Song Yan's fingers were rapping on the table. His thin palm was oozing with sweat. What is this kid doing? Does he really want to use a move he just learned from the sword tomb to face Fenglin? Song Yan, Yun was learning the ways of the sword in the sword tomb? At this moment, the stern voice of the Tai A Divine City's city lord rang in Song Yan's ear. Song Yan felt bitter. It was him who had brought Yun into the tomb to learn the ways of the sword. He bit down and said, yes, this kid had adamantly requested to enter the sword tomb a few days ago. Olmi was originally thinking of bringing him down a peg or two and set some conditions, bringing him into the sword tomb, who knew that he would. A few days ago, bringing him down a peg or two, the middle-aged scholar repeated those words a few times. It was unknown what he was thinking. Song Yan was helpless. Yun had a bright future ahead of him with sabers, yet he wanted to learn swords. He really was someone that made one worry. And at this moment, Song Yan had no time to explain any further. The 18 Fenglins as well as Fenglin's aspect totem raised their swords. The sword beams were intertwined as they filled the sky. Seen from a distance, it was like an immense ocean. This ocean was a vast expanse of misty, shimmering, rolling waters. The ocean was filled with vast amounts of water. People held their breaths. From the beginning of this match, Feng Lin's moves were all too shocking. At this moment, Feng Lin struck. 18 sword beams, together with the aspect totem's sword, entered the vast ocean, giving rise to a huge wave. This wave was filled with killing intent. It was not a phantom image of Yuan Qi, but formed from sword qi. There was not only one wave. One wave followed another as each wave rose higher than the other. There were a total of 9 huge waves now surging right at Yi Yun like mountains. Within the waves were terrifying sword qi. At that moment, the warriors below the divine wilderness stage, especially those who were facing the surging wave, felt the sword qi at their eyebrows. It made them feel frightened and distraught. Many people subconsciously moved backwards. One could tell how terrifying Feng Lin's sword attack was just from the sword qi's prowess, which was enough to force these favored children of the heavens to retreat. At this moment, Yi Yun, who was standing in front of the roaring ocean and huge waves, appeared small in size. He looked like a little boat in a storm, completely negligible. Yi Yun held the distinguished light sword tightly. In Yi Yun's vision, time seemed to come to a stop. The huge, surging wave seemed to move extremely slow. There he stood, silently in front of the huge wave. In his mind, the Puryang Sword Palace's huge sword scar became even clearer. It was as if he had actually seen the past scene of the Sword Palace's owner creating that scar with his very own eyes. And that world-destroying battle in the strange time-space. The bronze giant who was brandishing his halberd, ripping off a corner of the world, but still nearly had his head cut off by the Sword Palace's owner. Yi Yun could not reproduce the Puryang Sword Palace's attack, but in this imagery, Yi Yun had managed to capture a trace of the sword attack's concept. This conceptual trace slowly fused with the sword moves Yi Yun learned within the sword tomb. Immediately, Yi Yun's mind seemed to be blessed. It was as if something had been activated as the concept and sword moves fused together. He closed his eyes, ignoring the roar of the ocean. Without any conscious thought, Yi Yun raised his sword and gently slashed downwards. At that moment, Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi was pulled in. Everything began to condense into sword qi. These sword qi began roaring from all directions. In the sky, the phantom image of a huge divine sword began to condense. This sword resembled the Sword Palace owner once used. However, what Yi Yun was now using was a sword move from the sword tomb. Only Yi Yun had added an inexplicable concept into the sword tomb's move. This was one of the Puryang Sword Palace sword scar's concepts. This concept seemed to be like a god having graced the lands, showing disdain at all life. Wang! In the audience stands, the swords of some cultivators began to roar with a clear sound. Some of the swords even began to violently shake. Without the control of their owners, they even unsheathed themselves. My sword! A person quickly pressed and held onto his sword. The lower the cultivator's cultivation level was, the greater the influence on their swords were. In the air, Yi Yun slashed the huge divine sword that had been condensed downwards, right into the raging huge waves. Strangely, this fierce impact was without sound. It was as if everything in the world had lost its voice. The huge waves were split apart by that one sword. It was like a mountain having been split by a divine sword. After the first huge wave was split apart, the divine sword did not lose its momentum. It was an irresistible force. Wave after wave was split apart one after another. The divine sword slashed straight at Feng Lin's eyebrows. What? Seeing the powerful sword qi coming towards her, Feng Lin was in a shock. At that moment, she really felt the approach of death. Linner! At this moment, a white-robed elder in the elder stand stood up. At the same time, Feng Lin pointed with her sword tip, and behind her, the 17 water elemental mirror images, as well as her aspect totem, charged directly at the sword beam. Pang! With a fierce impact, the 17 water elemental mirror images exploded, turning into water vapor before completely disappearing. Even Feng Lin's aspect totem was split apart by the sword beam. Feng Lin's body violently shook as a sword scar appeared from Feng Lin's shoulder, going all the way down to her thigh. Her body flew out just like that. While flying backwards, Feng Lin could feel that her body had almost been torn apart by the sword chi. Having her body torn apart would no doubt mean her death. And at this moment, she suddenly felt her body become light. A white-robed old man had appeared behind her like a ghost. This white-robed old man grabbed Feng Lin with one hand and flicked his sleeve with the other. Pang! With a loud explosion, the huge phantom sword image formed from sword chi was shattered by the white-robed elder. However, the shattered huge sword still formed into tiny pieces of sword chi as the fragments spread out wantonly as they emitted chi sounds. These sword chi wandered around in the air for a long time. This sword chi. The white-robed elder focused his eyes. These sword chi actually had a trace of an undying property. Clearly his strength exceeded that of Yi Yun and could easily destroy the sword chi instantaneously, but the destroyed sword chi still remained lethal. It made people feel apprehension. At this moment, Feng Lin, who had been saved by the white-robed elder, was pale in the face. There was a shocking wound on her body. It was almost as if her body had been cut open. If not for the white-robed old man suddenly appearing, Feng Lin would really have been killed by Yi Yun's sword attack. The entire audience turned silent upon seeing this scene. Feng Lin's terrifying final attack, with 19 swords as one, was broken by Yi Yun? And it was broken in such an easy fashion? Even Feng Lin herself nearly got killed by Yi Yun. What attack was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? Some Taya Divine City elders could tell that this attack was indeed a sword move from the sword tomb, but how did this sword tomb move gain such a powerful force to it? This attack, how could it be? The Taya Divine City's city lord found it fascinating. He could faintly feel that this attack was somehow different from the sword tomb's move. He could not explain what this tiny difference was. Could it be something that Yi Yun had added? As for Song Yan, being the person who brought Yi Yun into the sword tomb, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost after seeing Yi Yun's final sword attack. He still did not understand what had just happened. This kid, he. Song Yan looked at Yi Yun with his eyelids twitching. At this moment, Yi Yun's right hand, which wielded his sword, was completely covered in blood. On his arm, one blood vessel after the other burst open and blood flowed out of them without stopping. It looked as if he had been fished out of a blood pool. It was shocking. The hand which Yi Yun used to hold the sword was trembling. It looked as if he found it difficult to even hold the sword. This sword attack had actually burst all the blood vessels in Yi Yun's right hand. Chapter 332, Severely Injured. Yi Yun's hand. Everyone's focus was originally on Feng Lin, only now realized that the sword-wielding hand of Yi Yun was bleeding profusely. All the blood vessels in it had ruptured, and even the tendons and meridians had suffered a great deal of damage. Just using a sword attack caused such an injury to his hand. This sword move is too terrifying. To think that Yi Yun's hand would suffer such an injury. That sword move's power far exceeds that which Yi Yun can control. His cultivation level is limited, so injecting that much energy into his meridians caused them to tear immediately. The Taya Divine City warriors were looking at Yi Yun with extreme worry. With the price of one sword attack being so high, could Yi Yun still use his hand? Yi Yun! At this moment, the Taya Divine City's city lord stood up. He was far in the seats of honor, but the look he gave Yi Yun was that of generous appreciation. You have already done very well. If you cannot continue, do not force yourself. The Taya Divine City's city lord had no expectations of Yi Yun actually winning the overall group championship because it was just too difficult. Now, the city lord knew that it was unlikely that Yi Yun would be able to use his right hand anymore. At the very least, Yi Yun could not use the terrifying sword attack again. His arm would not be able to handle it. Because of the sword attack, with its large yuan qi consumption, Yi Yun was only left with 60 to 70% yuan qi. Fighting in such a state against the Yunlong Divine Kingdom competitors would be extremely difficult. In fact, it should be said that it was impossible to win. Looking at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side, there were 13 other people sitting on the participant benches. The pale-faced youth in black clothing had particularly stood out for the Tai Divine City's city lord. His strength could only be described as unfathomable for Yuan Foundation realm warriors. In such a situation, how could Yi Yun win? At this moment, the youth in black was no longer sitting quietly in a corner. He stood up, holding his sword as he looked at Yi Yun with dark black eyes. Yi Yun also looked back at the youth in black. His right hand was still trembling, with blood continuously dripping from it. What a pity! At this moment, the youth in black sent a Yuan Qi voice transmission to Yi Yun. His voice was cold and heartless, causing one to worry. If I knew you had such strength, I would have personally fought you in the previous round. And now, with your hand in such a state, you can no longer fight me. The youth in black glanced at Yi Yun's hand and showed a sense of regret. Although in this overall group match participants were allowed to take pills, elixirs and relics to treat themselves, due to the short period of time, they had limited effects. Discerning people could tell that the injury on Yi Yun's hand had reached to the root of his bones and the meridians. Even if it was immediately treated, only a small portion could be healed in the short period of time. If Yi Yun were to use that sword attack again, his hand might be completely destroyed. This youth in black felt that it was a great pity. He was a fanatic for martial arts and he trumped all of his peers. As a lonely expert, he was thirsty for an elite that could compete with him in a delightful battle. If Yi Yun could use that sword move, then Yi Yun would be qualified. Yi Yun looked at the youth in black silently. He had already expected that this battle would be very tough, now it was indeed so. It had even exceeded his predictions, just the second battle had injured his arm thoroughly. However, Fenglin was just too strong and forced Yi Yun to do so. The sword attack that had been injected with the Pure Yang Sword Palace's concept could really not be used by Yi Yun. He could not slash out an attack with that amount of force. If he did, Yi Yun would not be able to handle the stress on his arm. Yi Yun, do not force yourself. Seeing that Yi Yun was not responding, the city lord said again. In this alliance tournament, lives could be lost in the exchanges between experts. Even if no lives were lost, it could also end up with heavy injuries, crippling some of them. It was possible to end up bedridden for more than 6 months. And for an elite like Yi Yun, 6 months was too precious. He could not afford to lose that. Thank you for your concern, City Lord. However, I think I can carry on fighting. Yi Yun's voice was calm. The hearts of the Tai Divine City warriors sank when they heard him say this. It was extremely worrying seeing Yi Yun's current state. With Yi Yun's Yuan Qi being greatly depleted and having a severely injured hand, how could he carry on? Since you insist, then so be it, the middle-aged scholar looked deeply at Yi Yun before slowly sitting down. Ha ha! This Yi Yun would rather die than lose face. He clearly can't handle it, yet he insists. On the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side, a youth in silk clothes laughed disdainfully. The youth's silk clothes was the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's clothes of nobility. The noble's clothes were embroidered with a flying black river dragon. It was equivalent to the Tai Divine Kingdom's Viscount. To rise to the rank of a Viscount at this age proved that this youth was not weak. A spent force should not speak the words of the brave. Yi Yun is finished. His hand is crippled and with less than 70% of his Yuan Qi left, he is nothing to be feared. Another Yunlong Divine Kingdom elite said. He could admit defeat in a decent manner, but he was not smart enough and instead, he insists on dying on stage. If so, I will go up and finish him. The youth wearing the flying black river dragon suit grinned slyly and jumped up the divine wilderness stage with a saber. Let me fight this match. The youth pointed his long saber at Yi Yun and smiled provocatively. Yi Yun, you are very arrogant after having won a series of battles. Unfortunately, you are destined to be defeated by me, Morong Guang. Come. Let me see what other abilities you have left, use it all. Morong Guang's words had no restraint, causing the surrounding Tai Divine City cultivators to fume with rage. Who does he think he is? Taking advantage of a person's disadvantage and pretending to be great. He is shameless. Some senior cultivators only wished they could rush up and chop up Morong Guang. If not for Senior Yi Yun's injury, he would be no match for Senior Yi Yun. One Tai Divine City rookie junior was also fuming till her undeveloped chest heaved up and down. However, at this moment, Morong Guang only sneered, only the outcome of the battle matters. Why does the process matter? So what if you are a genius? You will still end up being finished by me. No matter what reason it is, being defeated by me means being defeated. It is something you can't remove from your entire life. Even if female saints were screwed by me, they are forever screwed. Ha ha ha. As Morong Guang was laughing, he suddenly went into a daze. He saw Yi Yun take out a container from his interspatial ring. He opened the container's lid and in it, there was a heavy and sticky liquid. What is it? Before Morong Guang could see it carefully, Yi Yun had tilted his head and finished all the red liquid in the container. Inside the container, there was precious blood, the precious blood of the golden crow species. In Fallen Stargate, after killing the golden crow species, Yi Yun had kept the corpse of the golden crow species into his interspatial ring. He had also taken the blood of the golden crow species heart, and stored it in blood containers. This was where all the essence of the golden crow species was. Author's note, there will 2 chapters today, each will be at least 2,000 characters. The second chapter will be released before 12:30 a.m. Chapter 333, Golden Crow's Precious Blood. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. There was extremely rich pure yang energy in the golden crow species' precious blood. It was better than any healing medicine by many times. Typical healing medicines, even very high-grade ones, were limited when used by Purple Blood Realm warriors. As Purple Blood Realm warriors could only absorb a tiny amount, and even after absorbing it, the medicinal essence would take a while to be digested. After all, the medicinal properties of these healing medicines were different to the warrior's energy. However, since this was the precious blood of the golden crow species, the situation was completely different. As Yi Yun had absorbed the golden crow species' beast mark and had condensed a golden crow aspect totem, the essence and pure yang energy in the precious blood was highly compatible with Yi Yun considering that they came from the same source. Hence, it was very easy for him to absorb it. After Yi Yun drank the golden crow's precious blood, he felt as if there was a pure yang flame burning in his body. The wanton energy first entered his dantian, and from there, it flowed out into his limbs. This feeling was extremely comfortable. As for Yi Yun's heavily injured arm, the muscles in it were slowly moving, giving him an itchy feeling. This meant that the muscles in Yi Yun's arm were quickly regrowing. His wound was also healing. Although his flesh was growing rapidly, it was extremely difficult for his meridians to connect back together. Even though the golden crow species' precious blood came from the same source as Yi Yun's energy, it could not recover Yi Yun's arm in such a short time span. Taking medicine? Although he did not know what Yi Yun had drunk, Morong Guang could roughly guess that it was most likely the blood of some desolate beast. How effective could it be for healing one's wounds and replenishing Yuan Qi? Meet your death. Morong Guang unsheathed his saber and his Yuan Qi exploded. Although he knew that Yi Yun could not recover greatly from drinking the rejuvenating beast blood, he did not want to give Yi Yun any time for a breather. That would only create more variables in this battle. He wanted to defeat Yi Yun in one blow, becoming the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's hero. Defeating the person who defeated Fenglin, how impressive was that? This shameless villain. Off the stage, the Taya Divine City warriors were fuming. Yi Yun had just consumed medicine, yet Morong Guang didn't even wait to attack. It was really like when the tiger enters leveled land, he would be insulted by dogs. Yi Yun may be strong, but fighting against more than 10 Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors turn by turn in such a condition fated him to be defeated. He might not even be able to beat Morong Guang. Just thinking of Yi Yun losing to this nameless and shameless scum made the Taiya Divine City warriors' hearts burn. Losing to Fenglin was alright, but losing to such a person only made one furious. At that moment, Morong Guang had already charged at Yi Yun. He was brandishing his saber while laughing loudly. "I'll show you my family's Morong saber technique. This is a top-class heritage saber technique of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. Today, I'll open your eyes. Letting you be defeated by this top-class saber technique is me valuing you." As he said that, his saber gave rise to numerous saber images. These saber images condensed into a tiger that charged at Yi Yun. This was a tiger condensed from saber chi. Roar! The tiger gave a tumultuous roar which echoed throughout the arena, hurting everyone's eardrums. At that moment, Yi Yun remained ever calm against the tiger. His brain was recalling the sword attack from before. The sword chi condensed from the powerful heaven-earth Yuan chi went beyond the limitations of his meridians. His arm had yet to recover and he could not use that attack again. However, after consuming the golden crow species' precious blood, Yi Yun had the ability to carry on. So what if he held back his Yuan chi, and only used a tenth of that attack's power? Yi Yun cleansed his soul and passed the sword to his left hand. The memories of the broken sword flashed in his mind as the scene of the sword palace owner cutting the bronze giant's head open once again appeared in his mind, clearer this time. Yi Yun gently slashed with his left hand, following the sword palace's owner's strike. Sha! This sword beam may be thin, but it did not mean that the injected energy was weak. It was because his sword chi had reached an extreme, and it could compress the essence of the Yuan chi greatly, which resulted in this. This sword beam was extremely sharp as it shot straight at the tiger's eyebrows. Phew! The sword beam did not meet any resistance as it pierced straight through the area between the tiger's eyebrows. The tiger was still charging at Yi Yun, but it had been pierced by Yi Yun's sword beam. This attack flew at Morong Guang in an unrivaled state. What? Morong Guang was shocked. As he retreated, he brandished his saber to block. Ding! With a metallic clang, Morong Guang felt pain in his arm. The thigh of his palm felt pain. There was a small hole, the size of a pinky, melted through his saber due to the highly compressed Puryang sword beam. Morong Guang watched the small hole form and next, he heard the sound of his protective Yuan chi tear apart. At the same time, he felt pain in his heart. He felt great pain in his chest as his vision turned blurry. He saw spurting blood. He felt his entire body lose all its energy as he knelt on the ground. Morong Guang touched his chest and his fingers were covered with blood. He looked disbelieving at the wound on his chest. From the small wound, blood spurted out. However, Morong Guang knew that his body had been pierced right through by the sword beam. How is it possible? He was clearly heavily injured. Pang! Morong Guang felt dizzy as his vision became even more blurry. With that, he fell straight to the ground. Pang! After a thud, blood flowed out of Morong Guang's chest, covering the floor with a pool of blood. Everyone around the Divine Wilderness stage who saw the scene was horrified. Morong Guang's body had been pierced by Yi Yun's sword attack? Just a few seconds ago, Yi Yun was still severely injured and it did not seem like he could make it, while Morong Guang seemed to have a forceful stance, wanting to defeat Yi Yun in one strike while he was weak. Even to the Taiya Divine City warriors, it was highly likely that Morong Guang would have defeated Yi Yun. However, in a split second, the situation was completely reversed. After Morong Guang, who was once prominent, brandished his saber, he had been penetrated by Yi Yun's attack without actually exchanging blows with Yi Yun. It was still unknown if he was dead or alive. Yi Yun was already so injured, yet he could be this strong. People looked at Yi Yun with their eyelids twitching. Especially the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors who felt a chill looking at Yi Yun. At that moment, Yi Yun's right hand was no longer trembling. However, he was undeniably still greatly drained and his arm was still bleeding. Although he was in a state of nearly breaking down, he had still defeated Morong Guang with one attack. It was shocking. His vitality and combat power could be compared to that of a humanoid desolate beast. At that moment, with a schwa sound, a Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder had instantaneously appeared on the Divine Wilderness stage. He lifted Morong Guang up and fed him healing medicine. At that moment, Morong Guang could no longer swallow, so the elder had to use Yuan Qi to force the medicine down his throat. After checking Morong Guang's injuries, the elder's face turned sullen. His left lung was been pierced, hurting his heart, resulting in spasms in his heart, and this prevented the heart from delivering blood. This kind of injury would be difficult to treat even with sacred medicine. Yi Yun, you sure are ruthless. The white-robed elder looked angrily at Yi Yun with killing intent. The people around the Divine Wilderness stage gasped. Previously when Yi Yun fought with Kuei-yu, he had purposely missed Kuei-yu's organs. But this time, he did not. For Yuan Foundation realm warriors, they might not be able to recover in more than half a year when their hearts were injured. Just a bit of intense motion would cause the heart to not be able to provide blood, causing one to lose their breath. The teenage years were the most precious period of the elites present. This was the period when warriors grew in strength rapidly. It could be said they were different every month. After being so heavily injured, losing more than half a year's time, it would definitely affect one's accomplishments in the future. Facing the white-robed elder's killing gaze, Yi Yun did not cower in fear. He did not break any rules, so the other party could not do anything to him. Sure enough, after the white-robed elder expressed his killing intent, all the elders on the Tai Divine City stood up and locked on to the white-robed elder. If he were to make a move, all of them would attack. In a split second, the entire arena turned quiet as the atmosphere became tense. Yi Yun was holding the distinguished light sword with both his arms bleeding. The blood flowed down the sword's blade and onto the floor, giving rise to the clear dripping sound. It filled the quiet arena. My physical condition isn't good, so I cannot control my strength very well. For the upcoming battles, I will go all out. Every attack I use will be aimed at a vital part and I will not hold back. For anyone who comes up, I cannot guarantee that you can live going down. Yi Yun's words almost made the air freeze. This Yi Yun is courting death. A Yunlong Divine Kingdom warrior said angrily. He is too arrogant, a person echoed. However, those who were angry quickly understood why Yi Yun was doing so. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants for the overall group championship exceeded the teenager group in strength. All of them were strong and their numbers were great. Yi Yun would not be able to handle the challenges of more than 10 people from beginning to the end. Now, he had to save his Yuan Qi and stamina for every battle. Just like in the previous battle, Yi Yun may seem to defeat Morong Guang easily, but how easy was it really? The fact was that it wasn't. If it was that simple, Yi Yun could have defeated Morong Guang like he did with Kuei-yu with the saber techniques from the Saber Tomb. That would reduce his energy consumption to the minimum. However, he had used the sword intent from the Pure Yang Sword Palace. Although it was a small amount of energy, it was still an immense stress on Yi Yun's meridians and stamina. If this went on, in a few battles, Yi Yun's Yuan Qi would be depleted. The meridians on both his hands would not be able to bear it and rupture. When that happened, Yi Yun would not be able to fight anymore. When forced into this situation, would Yi Yun hold back? Of course not. Whoever wanted to challenge him had to pay the price. They might be severely injured, crippled, or even die. As such, the people who wanted to challenge Yi Yun had to weigh the benefits to decide if it was worth it. Going up was to be cannon fodder. They would consume Yi Yun's energy, but they had to give up the degrading of their future achievements. They might even pay the price of death. As such, no one was willing to come up. This was Yi Yun's battle strategy. It was a bloody and simple, yet effective. Indeed, after Yi Yun said those words, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom overall group participants frowned. When their gaze clashed with Yi Yun's cold gaze, they felt their confidence drop. Chapter 334, 2 Hours. Everyone knew that with more than 10 people fighting him one after another, Yi Yun would definitely not be able to last more than a few rounds. However, everyone wanted to be the last person to end the situation. As prominent figures of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, no one wanted to be the second Morong Guang, sustaining serious injuries that would affect their own future. At this moment, Yi Yun's left hand trembled gently. One blood vessel after another began to bulge. Although they did not rupture, they still looked like they were under immense stress. It seemed like Yi Yun was still greatly depleted from using that sword attack. He took out another container of beast blood and tossed his head back to drink it down. Many people turned speechless seeing this scene. They felt that Yi Yun should suffer a calamity from the skies and be struck by lightning. He always misled people. His hands were already trembling, the meridians and blood vessels on his arm had ruptured and his yuan qi had been greatly depleted. From the looks of it, he should not have lasted long, yet he nearly killed Morong Guang with his sword attack. With him doing this again, he made them lose confidence. And that beast blood, what was it? It seemed like the effects were very noticeable after drinking it. If it was ordinary desolate beast blood, then the effects should be very typical. If it was the blood of a primordial species, ignoring the preciousness of it, it was not easy to absorb the primordial species' blood with his purple blood realm cultivation level. To many warriors, the blood of a primordial species was no different than poison. Without knowing the full details, many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elites were in a dilemma. They were as concerned about their future prospects as they treasured their lives. When they believed they could not beat Yi Yun, all of them hesitated as none of them took the initiative to stand forward. At this moment, Bai quietly stood up. Without a word, he walked up the Divine Wilderness stage. When Yi Yun saw Bai appear, his pupils constricted. He gripped his sword's hilt tightly and breathed slowly. At this moment, Yi Yun was like a desolate beast that was poised to attack. Finally, he was going to fight this youth in black. Yi Yun could guess the difficulty of this battle. If he was still at his peak condition, he would definitely look forward to the battle with Bai and would be filled with confidence. However, now, Yi Yun was lacking in confidence. He did not know how strong Bai really was, nor did he know what moves he had. The entire arena immediately turned silent. Everyone was watching the Divine Wilderness stage quietly, awaiting the final battle. In the participant benches, Wen Yu, Xu Xiaoran and other Tai'e Divine City warriors were worried for Yi Yun. Unless a miracle happened, Yi Yun was unlikely to be able to use the strong sword attack he used to defeat Feng Lin. Without that attack, could Yi Yun win against the unfathomable youth in black, Bai? Amongst those people included the people in the elder stands. There, the expressions of Song Yan and company were solemn. They did not know what the outcome of the battle would be. Now, Song Yan no longer cared if Yi Yun won the overall group championship, he was only worried about Yi Yun suffering any mishaps. If that happened, it would not have been worth it. In the corner of the arena was a girl in red clothes. She was watching all of this quietly. She was Luo Huier. Luo Huier gave the reason of her being bad at actual combat to not participate in the alliance tournament. However, she had quietly come to the arena to watch the final match. Since she was just there to watch, she was not worried of having any abnormalities discovered, as long as she didn't reveal the special energy within her body. "Miss, that black-clothed guy looks very strong." Beside Luo Huier was the short-legged Donger. "Tisk, are you worried about that rascal, Yi Yun?" Donger immediately shut up. She slipped a glance at Luo Huier. She was unsure what Luo Huier was thinking, so at this moment, she felt that it was best she kept quiet. Up on the Divine Wilderness stage, the black-clothed youth was hugging his sword and did not attack Yi Yun. "Are the two of you ready?" a Taya Divine City referee asked. At this moment, Bai extended a finger and looked at Yi Yun. 1 2-hour period. "I will only wait 1 2-hour period." When he said this, the entire audience became slightly stunned. 2 hours? This black-clothed youth was giving Yi Yun time to recuperate? In the seats of honor, the 7-star pagoda owner frowned. Although he was extremely confident in Bai, that even if Bai were to fight against Yi Yun in his optimal state, he would have 80 to 90% chances of winning, he did not wish for Bai to give the other party time to recuperate his physical strength. After all, this match was of grave importance. If a 100% guarantee could be accomplished, then it should not be any less. Now, having lost the Teenager Division Championship, if the overall group championship had any mishaps, then he would be ridiculed by countless numbers of people when he returned to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. "Bai, you are being too arrogant," the 7-star pagoda owner said with a stern voice that rang in Bai's ear. "You do not have the right to underestimate the enemy at this moment." "I'm not being arrogant, nor am I underestimating my enemy. I just want to have a proper and real duel. If the Lord Pagoda owner isn't agreeable, you can always find someone else to replace me." You, the 7-star pagoda owner, glanced at others as he frowned even more. Without Bai fighting Yi Yun, it was useless hoping for the others to win. The 7-star pagoda owner knew Bai's personality. No matter what others said, once Bai made a decision, he would not waver. His personality caused one headaches. The 7-star pagoda owner had no choice but to accept it. He knew that punishing Bai was also pointless. 2 hours? Yi Yun looked at Bai with surprise. He never expected the other party to have such a request. He looked at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's authority, the 7-star pagoda owner, who did not have any objections. As such, Yi Yun sat down cross-legged. "Even if you are giving me time, I will not go easy." "That suits me." Bai's voice was clear. "Resting for 2 hours will also not restore your arm. This actually isn't a battle I want." Bai looked at Yi Yun's hand and felt a sense of regret. He wanted to experience the power of that sword attack. "You will have the chance in the future." Yi Yun hurriedly began conditioning his breathing. He was just in need of time to absorb the 2 containers of Golden Crow species heartblood he had drunk. 2 hours of rest was extremely important for Yi Yun. His opponent was not only Bai, but the rest too. He expected the fight with Bai to be even harder than the battle with Fenglin. After finishing the battle, even if he won, he would be left with even less Yuan Qi. There was still a bit of Golden Crow precious blood left. Using that precious blood and the remaining Yuan Qi, he had to deal with the remaining 11 Yunlong Divine Kingdom members would be extremely difficult. Time slowly passed as everyone watched the stage with bated breaths. No one spoke a word, nor did anyone leave. People were waiting for the 2 hours to pass. Yi Yun's hand no longer bled, and his meridians were slowly joining up. As long as he did not use the complete sword intent from the Pyongyang Sword Palace, Yi Yun's hands would be completely fine. Yi Yun, who was meditating, slowly felt the Golden Crow species blood in his body burning. This energy made Yi Yun's body filled with fighting spirit. Bai watched Yi Yun from a distance of 30 feet away. Bit by bit, he wrapped a white cloth around his hand. When he finished winding the cloth, Bai stood up and said calmly, "The time is up." Chapter 335, Son of Lightning. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. As Bai stood up and drew his sword, the arena, which was originally very quiet, became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Bai was finally fighting. Due to the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's side being so strong in the Alliance tournament, Bai had never needed to fight until now. This was the first time he was actually fighting in any real sense of the word. Yi Yun also stood up and, with his right hand, took out the Sonic Death Blade. a saber in his right hand and a sword in his left. His saber is in his right hand while his sword is in his left hand. Is Yi Yun going to rely mostly on the saber? Many people began to worry upon seeing Yi Yun use his saber against Bai. To them, Yi Yun's sword was much stronger than his saber. Why is he not using his sword? Many people were curious. Someone shook his head. Against Bai, it is likely that Yi Yun cannot continuously use his sword, or maybe it is that he will not be able to handle the energy drain. Yi Yun's sword attacks were only stronger than his saber attacks when the Pyongyang Sword Palace's sword intent was used. And once the Pyongyang sword intent was used, even just a tenth of it would be beyond that which Yi Yun's body could handle. Nonetheless, if Yi Yun was going to rely mostly on his saber, how was he to defeat Bai? Thank you for giving me 2 hours to recuperate. Are you not afraid that by giving me 2 hours to recover, it might lead to your defeat? Yi Yun casually shook the sonic deathblade as he injected Yuan Qi into it. Wang! The saber blade emitted a clear hum that sounded like the roar of a dragon. The sonic deathblade sound waves alone could kill. Bai, however, was not affected by the sonic deathblade's hum. When the sound wave was 3 feet away from him, it was destroyed by his protective sword Qi. If you want to thank me, just go all out. It has been a long time since last I looked forward to a fight. I can only wish for you having the ability to defeat me. It is a pity that, in the past 2 years, I have never suffered defeat against the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's younger generation. One victorious battle after another, not only does it not make me feel delighted, it also makes me feel perplexed. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom is just a tiny stage. I do not want to be blinded by the halo titles of being Yunlong Divine Kingdom's #1 or invincible amongst the younger generation. If I do, I might not know how strong I am when I leave the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and enter a stronger faction. Maybe I would be as ridiculous as a frog in a well? I do not want to end up in that situation. Therefore, your appearance has made me excited. If I were to be defeated by you, I will feel glad. I am not afraid of others surpassing me, I am only afraid that I do not know how far a real elite has progressed. If humans do not have a goal, they will be lost. Only with a goal will I be excited. The usually silent Bai suddenly spoke a lot. Yi Yun was slightly stunned upon hearing this. He never expected Bai to have such thoughts and vision. Indeed, be it the Yunlong Divine Kingdom or the Tai Divine Kingdom, they were just a drop in the ocean of this vast world. Bai could not see how vast the world was, but he could foresee it. As for Yi Yun, he really had seen a corner of that magnificent world. In the Pyongyang Sword Palace, that bronze giant who could destroy worlds and the Pyongyang Sword Palace owner left Yi Yun shocked. The mushroom knows not the alternation of day and night, while the short-lived cicada does not know the seasons. If one were to see the vast world yet not explore it, turning to dust hundreds or thousands of years later, then what difference was there between them and the mushrooms and cicadas? Such a life was too insignificant for people not resigning to fate. Yi Yun wished that he could be an equal of the world, becoming a main character of the current generation. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun was already standing higher than others. As such, did he have any reason to slack off? Words are needless, let us fight. Bai said, and with a light Qi sound, lightning emerged from his sword's blade. The purple lightning were like small snakes surging wantonly. The law Bai cultivated was lightning. Yuan Foundation realm elites all cultivated a certain law. Thunder elemental laws belonged to one of the nature-based elemental laws of wind, snow, thunder, and lightning. They were ranked equal to the 5 elements, but exceeded them in power. This sword's name is Black Light. Bai stretched out his index and middle finger as he gently stroked the sword's blade. The sword blade was black and did not reflect a single beam of light. It was only 3 feet long and the sword's pommel was unsophisticated while the sword's hilt was covered in old snakeskin. Under the illumination of the lightning, the snakeskin scales had a luster sheen. I am going to attack. Just as Bai finished speaking, a purple beam suddenly flashed. The black light sword had stabbed straight through Yi Yun. Bai's sword was so fast that it exceeded the limits of human recognition. People only saw a purple flash, and then Bai's sword had pierced through Yi Yun's chest. What? Some people gasped, but in a blink of an eye, Yi Yun's figure slowly blurred before completely disappearing. Yi Yun's body had already appeared more than 100 feet away. It was an afterimage that was stabbed. Seeing Yi Yun look completely fine, many Taiya Divine City warriors let out a sigh of relief. This attack was too soul-wrenching. Before they could even react, the sword had already hit its mark. Thankfully Yi Yun's speed was very fast. If it was switched to them being on stage, they would have died. Your movement technique is not bad. Large success stage of minute subtlety. Bai praised, however. Minute subtlety is just a form of controlling one's body. By perfectly doing so, one can dodge the attacks from enemies, but once Bai said that, his words took a sudden turn. There is a limit to how well you can control your body. The potential of minute subtlety is only that much. It is only able to work wonders at a low level. When one's level slowly increases, especially when one begins to learn laws, the power of laws will far exceed that of minute subtlety and will completely replace it. As for thunder and lightning, it is the law that is best for speed. If what you just did was the limit to your speed, then I am afraid you have already lost. As Bai said that, purple lightning flashed all over his body. Just a simple movement of his formed multiple layers of afterimages around his body. Extreme speed. Bai shook his black light sword and afterimages began to appear. It was impossible to tell Bai's position. This time, Bai's speed was even faster than before. Soon, the stage was completely filled with Bai's afterimages. There were tens of afterimages. Many people focused their minds, trying with great difficulty to see through Bai's afterimages, but it was to no avail. It was as if Bai had completely transformed into a lightning bolt. His figure was surging around on the stage freely, leaving behind traces of lightning. There were streaks of lightning and afterimages of Bai everywhere. Such a fast speed. This black-clothed youth can trump many just with his speed. Besides, speed should just be a small aspect of his strengths. Even a Taiya Divine City elder's expression changed upon seeing this. All the martial arts in the world could not be defeated if one was fast enough. If the speed reached an extreme limit, one could pierce through an opponent's throat before they could even react. This was the split moment that decided victory. People looked with bated breaths as the afterimages surrounded Yi Yun. Yi Yun tightly clenched his sonic deathblade and became extremely wary. Bai's speed was indeed very terrifying. Sha! A purple beam flashed and like a lightning bolt, appeared before Yi Yun and sent out 100 stabs in an instant. These dense sword beams formed a lightning web that covered Yi Yun. Minute subtlety. Yi Yun's pupils constricted as he hurriedly retreated backward. However, Bai's attack was too fast, so fast that it far exceeded Yi Yun's dodging speed. Shie! 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 Along with the sound of lightning, Yi Yun's protective Yuan Qi was torn apart. The lightning current surged into Yi Yun's meridians and made him feel paralyzed. Yi Yun's clothes were cut apart by the sword Qi, blood appearing on his arms and shoulders. Taiya sacred technique. Yi Yun circulated his body's Yuan Qi. With the pure Yang Qi, he annihilated the lightning powers within his meridians. His body flashed and he was now 200 feet away. It was too fast. Yi Yun felt odd. He had just used a perfect minute subtlety movement technique, yet he was still unable to completely dodge Bai's sword beams. No matter what law it was, once it was understood well enough, it would be so powerful that it was shocking. And Bai was no doubt a youth that had reached an extreme level in the thunder and lightning elemental laws. I have not met my match amongst the Yunlong Divine Kingdom younger generation because none of them are able to keep up with my speed. I can easily attack anyone who is slower than me. It's even to the point where I even have many methods that I have never tried before. It is a huge regret of mine. Yun, is this as far as you can go? If that is the case, then I am too disappointed. Originally, I was looking forward to going all out when fighting against you. As Bai said this, there were many lightning afterimages around his body. Above the divine wilderness stage, there were surging purple bolts everywhere. Clearly, it was very easy for Bai to maintain this speed, hence, he could speak this calmly. Upon seeing this scene and hearing Bai's words, the Taiya Divine City's warriors were shocked. They finally understood how strong Bai was. If their speed was inferior to his, then they would be defeated by him. However, with such speed, who could match him? Yun's speed was already very fast, but it was still inferior to Bai's. And taking 10,000 steps back, even if he could catch up to Bai's speed, Bai still had other tricks up his sleeve. Extreme speed was just a small portion of Bai's lightning laws. Completely opposite from the Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors' astonishment, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were burning with excitement. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war, and was also known as the Son of Lightning. Most of them had only heard of Bai, but had never seen him fight. Today, however, seeing Bai's prominence, they felt extremely excited and were greatly looking forward to it. As long as one's speed is inferior to yours, they will be defeated by you? Yun gently wiped off the blood from his body. Yun had always been confident when it came to his speed. Back when Yun's strength had not greatly increased, he had relied on his speed when fighting against Lu Yuxing and Xiongnu. Yun had previously amazed everyone, but now, however, he could only admit that he was slower than Bai. With slow speed, one was at a greatly disadvantaged, whether it was offensive or defensive. If he could not block Bai's stabs or touch Bai's sleeves when attacking, then there was no doubt that the results of this battle would end with his loss. This was why Bai said that if Yun's speed was inferior to his, then Yun would be easily defeated. At that moment, Bai's speed increased again. There were more and more afterimages appearing on the stage, and each afterimage was surging with lightning, completely surrounding Yun. Chapter 336, Lightning Force Field. No matter who faced Bai, that person would end up experiencing extreme pressure. Other than his extreme speed, he also had unfathomable strength. Yun's speed clearly could not keep up with Bai's. This worried many of the Taiya Divine City warriors. At this moment, Yun closed both his eyes. A human's eye would have the afterimage of a person left behind in it if the opponent was faster than 1/10 of a second. As Bai's speed was too fast, one would only see numerous afterimages due to his blazing speed. As a result, it was very difficult to lock onto Bai's location. Yun opened up the purple crystal's energy vision. Within the energy vision, all the afterimages disappeared, only leaving behind an energy beam that moved at high speeds. The energy vision could see through to the most fundamental energy flow, leaving no afterimages behind. In his energy vision, Yun was able to clearly see Bai's location. Yun closed his eyes. Is he only relying on his perception? Seeing Yun close his eyes, people were alarmed. To Purple Blood Realm and Yuan Foundation Realm warriors, their Yuan Qi perception was relatively weak, so it was inferior to using their own eyes. In this split second, people had no time to think over it carefully as they saw a purple beam flash past. Sha! The black light sword's trajectory left an energy ripple in the air. Yun felt as if he was standing on a lake. Bai's sword was like a swimming fish, and as it swam, it agitated the lake's water, forming ripples that reached Yun's heart. At this moment, Yun made his move. With a saber and sword combined. Yun did not use the Pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. Having entered the saber tomb as well as the sword tomb, he had gained insight into both sword and saber intents from this heritage ground of sword and saber. Although the saber and sword tombs were greatly inferior to the Pure Yang Sword Palace, they still far exceeded the realms of many Taiya Divine Kingdom sages. Ka-cha! Yun's sword and saber clashed against the black light sword. The energy collision set off a fierce explosion as purple light swept across the area, as if many purple snakes were dancing in the air. And within this surging wave of purple, there was also burning pure yang energy. Yi Yun's saber and sword chi were burning like the sun. He had blocked Bai's attack head-on. Bai's attack speed was faster than Yi Yun by a lot, but Yi Yun's sword and saber moves had characteristics that Bai lacked. They were steady, as Yi Yun's domineering stance was like a towering mountain. His energy was like the roar of the ocean. In a blink of an eye, Bai and Yi Yun had exchanged hundreds of blows. During this period, the number of attacks Bai did were at least twice those of Yi Yun's, as their speed differed by a level. If this was any other person, an opponent whose speed was inferior to Bai, that person would have been defeated by Bai's fast attacks. However, this time it was against Yi Yun. As such, the situation was completely different. Although Bai's attack speed was faster, he was not able to break through Yi Yun's defenses. That sword and saber were like a dragon and a tiger. They defended Yi Yun's body flawlessly. It was impossible to break through them. I would attack twice, but Yi Yun would use a single move to block them both. The exchange of blows became more intense. People could only see the numerous after images in the middle of the stage. It was like a crazy storm. Bai's speed was obvious, and although Yi Yun's speed was a bit slower, that was only relative to Bai. To others, it was still an unattainable speed. Sword beams. Saber beams. Pure yang energy. Lightning energy. Marks began to appear on the purple tungsten tiles of the Divine Wilderness stage due to the unrestrained surging energies. This is too terrifying. Is this the battle scene of the number 1 people from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taiya Divine Kingdom? Quite a number of people in the audience came from the 10 southern countries or other smaller factions. Their tournament was separate from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom and the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Seeing Yi Yun exchange blows with Bai, no matter how much the 10 southern countries and the factions did not want to admit, they definitely had no temper left. This speed. This strength. Our country's number 1 person may be pretty wild, but compared to them, he will probably lose in just a few seconds. Our country is about the same. There is always someone stronger. A few warriors from the smaller countries said as they swallowed their saliva. They had never thought that it would be possible for the younger generation to fight at such a high level, let alone see one. At this moment a pang sound rang out as some yuan qi exploded, sending out a shock wave. Yi Yun and Bai separated from each other. The exchange of blows before was like a storm. It was unknown how many blows they had exchanged. Yi Yun and Bai stood about 200 feet apart. The remnant yuan qi still lingering between them. I have to admit that even with my speed being faster than yours, I still cannot beat you by using speed. Bai's voice was solemn. Before this, he had always won just by using his speed. However, today, against Yi Yun, he had to change that view. One could still break through fast speeds. Previously, the opponents he faced were all lacking. Now, against an expert, such unexpected scenarios could happen. Yi Yun said, "When you are obsessed with speed, your attack power naturally weakens." You are right. Fighting with you has not disappointed me. You and I have to battle to mature. Only by facing more experts will we learn. Only then will we no longer become flustered when we face unforeseen circumstances in a life and death battle. Bai said as he stabbed his sword into the purple tungsten tiles. Zzz. With the sound of electric currents being released, Yi Yun felt a current from the tiles. It made him feel numb. Yi Yun immediately circulated his pure yang qi to withstand the attack. Oh! Bai transmitted lightning into the purple tungsten tiles, using the ground to attack Yi Yun? Many people were stunned. The ground seemed to be adverse against Yi Yun. Soon, however, they shut up. They realized that a purple light curtain had appeared above the Divine Wilderness stage. Like a huge bull, it engulfed the divine wilderness stage. This is? Many people were confused. It's a force field. Amongst the crowd, a person at the human lord level alarmedly said, force fields are also known as a domain. Only a very limited number of people are able to have such supernatural affinity with certain laws. Only then can they gain such insight. Unexpectedly, this youth in black can have his own force field at such a young age. Anyone could learn laws when they reached a high realm of cultivation. The only difference was one's level of understanding of the laws. Force fields, however, were different. Force fields were extremely profound. Non-geniuses amongst geniuses would not be able to gain such insight. If one's affinity with the laws were insufficient, then one would not be able to gain insight into force fields throughout their entire lives. And this affinity with laws was decided congenitally. The results from subsequent hard work was extremely limited. Not even Yuan Foundation realm warriors, peak human lords, or even sages, they could all fail at gaining insight into nomological force fields. This was because sages could be strong in other areas and still not necessarily have a high affinity with certain laws. For example, Jian Gu focused on swords and was matchless in swordsmanship. For laws, Jian Gu cultivated the Taya sacred technique, and although he had reached a very high realm, he was still lacking affinity with pure yang energy, so up to this day, he was still unable to create his own pure yang force field. When Bai used his lightning force field, even the elders in the elder stands were shocked, let alone the audience. This black-clothed youth was no doubt a darling of lightning. He was a natural son of lightning. His understanding and affinity with the lightning laws were shocking. Chapter 337, Terrible. Being trapped in the lightning force field, Ian felt the current passing through his skin, which made his whole body feel numb. Since I can't defeat you just with speed alone, let me fight you directly. Bai's body was encased by purple lightning in a spasmodic manner. His clothes and hair moved along with the purple lightning. By setting aside his speed, Bai's energy soared. At this moment, he was like a god that controlled thunder and lightning. Roar! It was as if a behemoth roared from Bai's body as he made his move. This was the first time he was using all of his strength. The black light sword, which gathered the divine lightning within the lightning force field, slashed towards Iyun as it emitted a tumultuous whizzing sound. The purple lightning gathered in the air as it reached an extremum, turning black in color. This black lightning eventually condensed into the shape of a lightning beast that was tens of feet long. This lightning beast looked lifelike and its appearance was that of a black tiger. It charged at Iyun. Lightning kill. When the black lightning beast flew at Iyun, the purple tungsten ground beneath it melted into a molten metal. This sort of power made the audience hold their breaths. Seeing the black lightning beast attacking him, Iyun's body surged with radiant sun chi, as a Tang Valley phantom image appeared behind him. Iyun knew that this attack from Bai was extraordinary. Due to the difference in their cultivation levels, it was impossible for him to withstand it just with the Taya sacred technique. Phew! Within Iyun's body, the pure yang spirit's energy surged as he pushed the purple crystal to an extreme. The pure yang spirit rapidly absorbed the pure yang energy from the surroundings. The pure yang spirit, which was originally burning quietly, transformed into a blazing brilliant sun. The pure yang spirit nearly charged out of the purple crystal. Its searing power was like a tidal wave that filled Iyun's limbs. Iyun felt as if his body was burning up. Saber truths, 32 words, one with the saber. Iyun slashed his saber. His body and the sonic deathblade combined into one, and shot out like a meteor. Boom! The strong impact resulted in an aftershock that cut the purple tungsten ground up like sharp sabers. Careful! The warriors closest to the divine wilderness stage could clearly feel the terrifying sword and saber chi. Even with the protective shield separating them, they still felt the immense pressure. The first direct clash resulted in Iyun's body shuddering as his hand numbed from it. He felt the lightning entering his body as it wantonly surged through his meridians. Bai's lightning seemed to have an endless flow of power that even the pure yang energy could not easily dissipate. Similarly, Bai did not feel any better. Yi Yun's saber chi was too sharp. Besides, after gaining an insight into the Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword intent, Yi Yun's Yuan Qi had an additional trace of an undying property to it. This undying power would appear even when Yi Yun did not use the Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword intent on purpose. As such, Yi Yun's pure yang energy was like an inextinguishable flame that burned in Bai's body. It was ineradicable, so Bai's entire body felt the pain. Both of them retreated more than 100 feet from each other. Their faces were pale as their blood was in turmoil. Yi Yun. Seeing Yi Yun's pale face with a deep frown, Wen Yu, Chu Xiaoran and company started to worry for him. Bai was too strong. From the strength Yi Yun had displayed up till now, it was already very difficult for him to win this battle. Even if he had won, it would have been a Pyrrhic victory. Just from that clash of blows, both of them sustained severe internal injuries. Bai being injured was no big deal, but with Yi Yun injured, the situation turned sour. After all, after Bai, there were still 10 more Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors left. These people may be far inferior to Bai and Fenglin, but they were also strong. Relatively speaking, Morong Guang, who Yi Yun defeated in one sword attack, was just average amongst the group. Yi Yun had expended a lot of Yuan Qi when handling Morong Guang, even though it appeared as if it was easy. If he were to fight against these people after fighting Bai, how much Yuan Qi would he have left? At that time, it was unlikely Yi Yun could use that sword move again. Good saber attack. Such strong pure yang energy. As Bai said, an unnatural flush appeared on his face. He wiped the corner of his mouth, and a tiny stream of blood flowed out. In the direct clash with Yi Yun before, his meridians had been damaged. However, you can't be feeling too good now. My lightning isn't that easily annihilated. Bai looked at Yi Yun as the corners of his mouth turned into a smile. This was a smile that arose from the excitement of meeting someone his equal. Fighting against Yi Yun made him more and more excited. Opposite from Bai, Yi Yun looked straight into Bai's eyes as he clenched his sonic deathblade tighter. It was indeed extremely difficult fighting Bai. In the end, it was too demanding for him to face 15 elites from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom alone. If he were to conjure his Golden Crow aspect totem, Yi Yun believed that his energy would be emptied out in a short period of time. But if he did not use his Golden Crow aspect totem, how was he going to beat Bai? Again! Bai roared loudly and attacked once again. Roar! Again with another roar, the Black Lightning Beast appeared behind Bai once again. The Lightning Beast was infused in Bai's Black Light Sword, resulting in radiant black beams being emitted by the entire sword. Bai leapt up high in the air, with countless number of lightning current flowing around him. It was as if numerous thick purple snakes were surging towards Bai. Within the lightning force field, he could use his full power. Bai came attacking from the top as he charged downwards at Yi Yun. Yi Yun constricted his pupils. With the sonic deathblade in his hand, a Tang Valley phantom image appeared behind him. However, this time, a mountain of corpses and sea of blood that resembled Ashura hell appeared as well. Hum hum hum. Wailing sounds accompanied the burning pure yang flames. The two powers, which were nearly exact opposites in terms of properties, were injected into the sonic deathblade as Yi Yun attacked from bottom to top and slashed it Bai. Sabretooth's 32 words, killing at its core. Ka-cha! A fierce impact with the high temperatures made the purple tungsten ground below Yi Yun's feet crack and a crater formed. Yi Yun's entire body was nearly piled deep into the Divine Wilderness stage. However, Bai's body was sent flying tens of meters back from the impact, while he spit a mouthful of blood out in the air. Boom! Bai slammed heavily into the purple tungsten wall outside the Divine Wilderness stage, deforming it. He slipped to the ground before using his black light sword as a crutch to stand up. His eyes sparkled with fighting spirit that exuded excitement. Yi Yun also leaped out from the purple tungsten hole. The sonic deathblade formed an angle with the ground as its tip trembled slightly. At this moment, Yi Yun's shirt was torn. One could see the contours of his chest muscles, but there were blood stains and numerous spots that had been burnt black from the lightning on them. Bai's attack this time was even stronger than before. It was as if he had compressed all the lightning force field's energy into that sword attack, causing Yi Yun's blood to go into chaos. The audience were quiet. From the speed battle in the beginning to the direct head-on clashes now, the battle was intensifying. Furthermore, Yi Yun and Bai's injuries were getting more severe. What would be the outcome of this battle? This really feels great. Bai was extremely excited. It was as if he became more excited the more injured he was. Amongst the younger generation, it has been a long time since someone has managed to fight me to my heart's content. As Bai said this, his aura did not decrease but increased. It was as if the injuries he had sustained were nothing to him. Oh! Bai's aura is increasing? People were alarmed. They had originally thought that the battle between Yi Yun and Bai would slowly become less intense as their energies were depleted, but now, looking at Bai, it looked like the battle would become even more intense. Bai still has a lot of strength he has not revealed. Or maybe it should be said that due to the excitement from fighting Yi Yun, he was able to release his body's hidden potential power. Bai still hasn't conjured his aspect totem. People from the Yunlong Divine Kingdom turned excited. To them, although the overall group championship was filled with ups and downs, and even though Yi Yun was extraordinary, the eventual outcome still wouldn't change. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war. Other than Bai, there was no lack in strong experts amongst the other 10 people. Many of them were stronger than Junyu because they had the advantage of age. This madman. In the elder stands, Song Yin looked at Bai as he swore. Even he had to admit that this battle was getting harder. Bai was the type that grew stronger the more he fought. Fighting such a war junkie was the trickiest. Song Yin. At this moment, a Yuan Qi transmission rang in Song Yan's ear. Song Yan turned his head and saw that it was the Tai A Divine City's city lord. The outcome of this battle is still up in the air. If Yi Yun is defeated, you have to make a move and save Yi Yun. Do not allow him to have any mishaps in his battle with Bai. Similarly, if Yi Yun were to defeat Bai, then we shall call it quits for the overall group championship. There is no need to fight the battles after this as there is no way we can win. Instead, I fear that someone will deliberately hurt Yi Yun severely, and gain fame within the Yunlong Divine Kingdom from this battle. I do not want to see Yi Yun severely injured under the hands of these weak juniors. Hearing the city lord's words, Song Yan felt heartwarmed. Song Yan had already treated Yi Yun as if he was half a disciple of his. Seeing the city lord not pursue victory for this overall group championship, and prioritizing Yi Yun's safety first, Song Yan could only feel grateful. I know, with me around, I will not let Yi Yun get into an accident. On the Divine Wilderness stage, Yi Yun and Bai were standing about 100 feet from each other. Both of them could feel the other's powerful strength. Yi Yun. I know you are worried about the battles after this, but I think your worries are unnecessary. That is because you will not have a single chance defeating me if you do not go all out. Even if you were to go all out, the chances of you winning is slim. Without being able to use that sword move, it is nearly impossible for you to defeat me. I felt regret as he really wanted to encounter Yi Yun's sword attack. He wanted to battle a Yi Yun that was at his peak. As Bai was speaking, a black lightning beast phantom image appeared behind him for the third time. I wish that our battle was able to decide the champion of the overall group match between the Tai A Divine Kingdom and the Yunlong Divine Kingdom. However, it is a pity that I do not have the power to make this decision. Letting you rest for 2 hours was the limit. Bai said frankly as Yi Yun nodded, I understand. Bai could at most make decisions in his own battle, but he could not arrange the battles of the other people in the overall group championship. Bai flicked his sword blade and a glimmer flashed in his eyes. Being able to fight with you to such an extent has left me greatly satisfied. To show you my respect, I will use my strongest move to defeat you next. Chapter 338, Lightning Snake against Golden Crow. Just as Bai finished speaking, the presence of the phantom image of the lightning beast grew stronger. The lightning force field around Bai also began to create thunder, as if it was going to spit out all of its energy. Crackle! The force field formed a lightning barrier around Bai, placing him under its protection. Roar! The lightning beast issued a roar that shook the heavens and earth, piercing through people's eardrums. Even from behind the array barrier, the audience could still feel the powerful energy that resided within the sound. This sort of energy seemed like a bolt, hitting their insides, causing their blood to go into disarray. It was extremely uncomfortable. So terrifying. People were alarmed. Just the lightning beast's roar alone was something they could not handle. If they were to stand where Yun was, how would it be like to experience the frontal impact from the lightning beast? At this moment, Bai extended his hand out and grabbed the lightning beast's neck. Roar! 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 The lightning beast began to roar crazily as its body began to intensely convulse. While convulsing, it was actually reducing in size. As its size reduced, the lightning beast's lightning energy grew even stronger. The lightning's color turned from a purplish black to pure black. Just as people thought Bai would conjure the lightning beast to attack Yun, a shocking scene happened. Bai actually pressed the lightning beast into his own chest. Phew! The lightning beast entered Bai's body and with a Chila explosive sound, the clothes Bai was wearing exploded after the lightning beast entered his body. A strong wind blew the remnant cloth and Bai's hair around until they stood up vertically. What? People were alarmed. They could not help but stand up. At this moment, the lightning beast's phantom image appeared on Bai's chest. It was like a tattoo on his skin. Many of them were completely speechless upon seeing this scene. Bai had actually devoured the lightning beast. The lightning beast tattoo spread across Bai's body. Wisp after wisp of tiger stripes slowly encroached Bai's neck and face like Lichtenberg figures. Bai seemed to have completely transformed into another person. With this look, Bai made everyone tremble with fear. At this moment, the lightning barrier around Bai contracted once more. Finally, all the energy condensed together, forming into the phantom image of a long, thick snake. The snake became more and more realistic and increased in presence. It was 70 to 80 feet long and completely black. It had 6 heads and its body stripes looked like lightning. 6-headed lightning snake. Someone exclaimed in the audience stands. This was Bai's aspect totem. Bai's aspect totem turned out to be a 6-headed lightning snake. It was a terrifying existence amongst lightning elemental desolate beasts. In the divine wilderness, even late-stage human lords might not be able to handle 6-headed lightning snakes. And Bai had actually obtained a 6-headed lightning snake as an aspect totem. Typically, the aspect totems that were in the forms of beast corresponded to the desolate beast a warrior killed. The desolate beast killed would form the corresponding aspect totem. To condense an aspect totem, one had to personally kill the desolate beast. It did not work if it was killed by someone else. This was a law that even the purple crystal could not violate. And Bai had actually condensed a 6-headed lightning snake aspect totem. This proved that he might have personally killed a 6-headed lightning snake. It was also possible that Bai had killed a lot of 3-headed lightning snakes, causing his original 3-headed lightning snake aspect totem to evolve into a 6-headed lightning snake. If a 6-headed lightning snake were to evolve once more, it would become a primordial species grade 9-headed lightning snake. However, even 3-headed lightning snakes were strong desolate beasts that even early-stage human lords would not be able to handle. How did Bai manage to kill 3-headed lightning snakes? With the appearance of the 6-headed lightning snake, black clouds started to gather together as lightning started to cover the sky. Boom! As the lightning flashed, the dark clouds grew bigger. From the open dome of the arena, the spectators could see the dark clouds gather, as water vapor began to appear. Not a second later, it started to rain in the arena. Thunderstorm? People felt the cool raindrops pattering on their face as they felt appalled. Lightning resulted in rain. So when Bai conjured his six-headed lightning snake aspect totem, due to the powerful lightning he released, it affected the weather, causing it to pour down. It was simple inconceivable for a Yuan Foundation realm warrior to influence the weather. Is this Bai in his strongest state? People looked at Bai with alarm. Ha ha ha. It has been a while since I have felt this good. Bai loudly laughed. Currently, he was naked from the waist up, revealing his taut muscles. His body was covered in tiger stripes and lightning tattoos, and on his chest, there was a roaring black tiger lightning beast, while a six-headed lightning snake was rising up from behind him. The black light sword in his hand also manifested a large amount of black lightning. All of this made Bai look like a statuesque thunder god. Yi Yun took a deep breath upon seeing Bai's state, his expression turning solemn. After devouring the black lightning beast, inserting its energy into his own body and then conjure up a six-headed lightning snake aspect totem. The present Bai, who was at his peak, was too strong. He had to go all out against Bai. However, by using all of his strength, that would mean that he would not be able to fight in the subsequent matches. Yi Yun, make your move. In my current state, what I look most forward to is the sword attack that you used to defeat Fenglin. I really want to know how much damage it will cause me to take on that attack. I did not say whether the attack would defeat him or not, he only questioned how much damage it would cause him. Clearly, he believed that he could withstand that attack completely. He would only be injured and not defeated. I had complete confidence in himself, that he could handle the sword attack that nearly killed Fenglin. This showed how presumptuous he was. However, no one said anything about how presumptuous Bai was. This was because his strength gave him the right to say such words. Unfortunately, you can no longer use that attack. I feel regret, but I will still use my strongest state to defeat you. Make your move, maybe you will surprise me and not disappoint me. Bai pointed the black light sword at Yi Yun. Yi Yun sighed as he touched the distinguished light sword and helplessly smiled. Indeed, I can no longer use that sword attack. I was still having that tinge of hope about winning this overall group championship. After all, I am grateful towards the Tai A Divine Kingdom, so I have been reserving my strength and not use certain moves if I could help it. The energy consumption of using them will be too great, resulting in me not being able to fight the battles after. However, Yi Yun paused upon saying this and gently swiped his hand across the distinguished light sword, opening up a gash on his palm, resulting in blood flowing onto the sword. Yi Yun's blood seemed to be like hot lava. It started burning the moment it flowed onto the distinguished light sword. However, against you, I indeed have no other choice. So be it. I will not care so much anymore and fight a magnificent battle with you. Yi Yun's eyes were burning with fighting spirit as he said those words. Yi Yun was staring right at Bai, with Bai staring back at him. Oh? Do you still think that you have the capital to fight against me? In my upcoming attack, I will be going all out. Bai loudly said. Yi Yun laughed, I will also be going all out. I believe that my full-powered attack will at least not make you disappointed. Yi Yun used Bai's words back at him. Bai laughed loudly, great. I look forward to it. Let me remind you that you might die from this attack. As Bai spoke, killing chi surged from his body. The Tai A Divine City warriors, especially Wen Yu, Chu Shaoran and company who knew Yi Yun, held their breaths. Bai, in his peak state, was indeed too terrifying. He was so strong that he made people not have the courage to resist him. In the elder stands, Song Yan was even more concentrated. He was afraid that Yi Yun would suffer a mishap. In his opinion, even sages in their youths did not match up the current by. The rain became heavier. Water vapor permeated the visions of people. Bai and Iyun, two contemporary proud sons of heaven, were less than 200 feet away from each other. They were looking at each other, separated by a curtain of rain. At this moment, Bai made his move. He brandished the black sword in his hand, and like a black bolt of lightning within the rain, he cut through the thick curtain of rain. The power of that one sword attack was enough to shake the heaven and earth. The entire divine wilderness stage as well as the thick purple tungsten ground was slashed open by the sword, resulting in a huge sword scar. Bai's sharp sword beam, along with his six-headed lightning snake, rushed at Iyun. Iyun constricted his pupils. At that moment, he too made his move. It was still the move from the sword tomb, but within it, there was now a trace of the pure yang sword intent. This was also the strongest sword intent Iyun could handle at the moment. However, just this sword intent alone was far from enough. At this moment, a clear cry rang from within Iyun's body. This clear cry seemed to be cry of a phoenix that transcended the heavens. No matter how loud the falling rain and the rumbling thunder was, they were drowned by that clear cry. What was that? The spectators became alarmed as the sound was too loud. It was as if it was ringing within their own ears, straight into their hearts. Yet, it was not harsh on the ears, it instead had the power to refresh their minds. Boom! The pure yang flames burned, and like a radiant sun that exploded behind Iyun, the phantom image of a Tang Valley appeared behind Iyun. Before people could react, they saw a divine light rise up into the sky. Like a divine sword, it charged into the clouds, splitting them apart. Shao! They once again heard that clear and loud cry. The audience helplessly watched on as a golden crow, covered in pure yang flames, rushed out from Iyun's body, following the divine light's path all the way up. This golden crow had a wingspan of tens of meters and nearly covered the entire divine wilderness stage. Under the burning of the pure yang flames, the raindrops and water mist around it immediately evaporated. Heavens! What is that? People were extremely shocked. The divine bird that rushed out had the eyes of a crow, the beak of an eagle, and the feathers of a phoenix. It had 3 legs and all of its feathers were burning with golden, pure yang flames. Golden crow. 3-legged golden crow. Some people incredulously shouted out the name. This golden crow had rushed out from Iyun's body. Could it be Iyun's aspect totem? How is that possible? A typical warrior, whose aspect totem was in the form of a king-grade desolate beast, was already extremely stunning. For example, Bai was as such. If it was a primordial species, it would be even more fascinating. However, only sages would have these types of aspect totems. After all, the aspect totems warriors gained were obtained from the process of their hunting. Typically, those who could hunt primordial species were only sages. Even human lords, who might have the fortuitous luck of killing a primordial species, might not have the ability to absorb it. A 3-legged golden crow. It was a level higher than primordial species. How could it appear on a purple blood realm warrior? The audience did not have time to think about it carefully. All they saw was the 3-legged golden crow rush at the 6-headed lightning snake and with a fierce cry, stretch out the sharp claws of its 3 legs to grab the 6-headed lightning snake. Crackle! The purple lightning roared as the pure yang flames engulfed it. The lightning snake and golden crow fought a fierce battle in the sky. Snakes were by nature not the match of eagles, so how could a 6-headed lightning snake be the match of a divine beast like the golden crow? In just a few seconds, the 3 legs managed to hit its mark and the golden crow tore the 6-headed lightning snake open. The 6-headed lightning snake began to bleed like it was a real desolate beast, made up of flesh and blood. Iyun's sword followed right after the 3-legged golden crow killed the 6-headed lightning snake, sending a slash down along with the 3-legged golden crow. At that moment, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their sound. A golden sword beam was all that was left in the sights of people. The beam illuminated the world, and even the dark clouds in the sky were split apart. Boom! The lightning broke apart as the pure yang flames engulfed it, burning everything to cinders. Yun's sword heavily smashed into Bai's lightning force field, and the force field shattered like it was made out of paper. Bai was greatly alarmed and raised his sword to face the incoming attack. However, under the pressure of the terrifying pure yang flames, as well as the three-legged golden crow divine beast, he felt it was impossible to compete with them with his power alone. Pang! The sword beam exploded and Bai felt a strong surge rushing towards him. He was like the leaf of a tree, helpless in a stormy hurricane. Bai! Beside the Tai A Divine City's city lord, the 7-star pagoda owner constricted his pupils and rushed out straight away. The chair beneath him was instantly smashed to smithereens. At the same time, Bai spat out a mouthful of blood. His protective Yuan Qi had shattered, and his sternum had completely collapsed. He was sent flying like a piece of paper. As for the deadly pure yang sword Qi, it was still locked onto his body, wanting to take his life. However, at that moment, the 7-star pagoda owner seemed to instantaneously appear beside Bai and grabbed him. Pang! With a flick of the 7-star pagoda owner's sleeves, that terrifying pure yang sword Qi completely shattered, before even coming close to him. Seeing the 7-star pagoda owner grab the heavily injured Bai, no one spoke a single word. The outcome of this battle was completely different to what was expected. Bai had been defeated by Yun. In the end, Bai actually needed the strongest person of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's entourage, the 7-star pagoda owner, to personally come and save him. The audience felt like they were in a dream, especially the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors, who could not accept this. Bai was their Yunlong Divine Kingdom's god of war, yet he was defeated by a youth who was younger than him and of a lower cultivation level than him. How was this possible? People looked up at the sky. The rain had actually stopped. Yun's attack had slashed apart the dark clouds, dispersing the rain clouds that resulted from Bai's lightning. One could cause rain, while the other had the ability to disperse clouds. It was difficult to imagine that this battle actually reached such an extent. It was difficult to imagine that they were both only warriors from the younger generation. However, what was most shocking of all was the three-legged golden crow that flashed past in the final moments of that battle. The mysterious phantom image that burned with golden pure yang flames was still lodged in the iris of everyone in the audience, unable to be removed. That was no doubt a three-legged golden crow, but how could it have appeared? Was it Yun's aspect totem? People looked at Yun and felt incredulous. How could a purple blood realm warrior have a three-legged golden crow as an aspect totem? Author's note, 4,000 character chapter. Finished this battle in one go. Chapter 339, a tiger leaving his hill and descending to the plains. A warrior's aspect totem was usually condensed after continuously hunting desolate beasts. The beast marks condensed after killing a desolate beast might not be perfect, so for those warriors that lack talent in condensing an aspect totem, they might have to attempt it hundreds of times before they would be barely able to condense an aspect totem. Furthermore, for aspect totems that were in the shape of a beast, they became harder and harder to condense the higher ranked the desolate beasts were. It was not only the difficulty in killing a high-ranked desolate beast, even the condensing of the beast mark after killing the high-ranking desolate beast was not simple. For example, even if a purple blood realm warrior were to actually kill a primordial species, he might not be able to condense a primordial species aspect totem, let alone a three-legged golden crow, which is much more powerful than primordial species. The vast arena was in complete silence. Be it the Tai A Divine City warriors or the Yunlong 72 Pagodas warriors, the southern 10 countries or the other small factions, everyone found it incredulous. How does Yun have a golden crow totem? A Tai A Divine City elder asked Song Yen. Although Yun's quasi-master was Grandmaster Yuehua, Song Yen was the one who knew more regarding his cultivation. Song Yen froze for a while before he stuttered, "I do not know either. In fact, I was the one who took him to choose a totem mystic technique, and later on." high, he chose the 10,000 Beast Totem. 10,000 Beast Totem. As an elder of the Tai Divine City, he naturally knew what that totem mystic technique meant. Not only was it a remnant copy, it was also extremely difficult to cultivate. Since ancient times, no one from the Tai Divine Kingdom had been able to master it. Yi Yun mastered the 10,000 Beast Totem. Many of the present elders from the Tai Divine City had previously seen the 10,000 Beast Totem. Upon careful thinking, the aspect totem which Yi Yun conjured did greatly resemble the 10,000 Beast Totem. Is that possible? Yi Yun actually managed to master a totem mystic technique they did not? Many elders were looking at Song Yan with a questioning look. Song Yan could only stare back as he had been rendered completely speechless. He had tried every means to stop Yi Yun from choosing the 10,000 Beast Totem, but in the end, this kid actually mastered it. This really toppled Song Yan's perception of the world. Really a monster. After the tournament, I will make sure to ask him how he managed to master it. As Song Yan was thinking, the Tai Divine City's City Lord's voice transmission resounded in his ear. For our Tai Divine Kingdom to produce such a person is of the greatest blessings. If the shepherd boy really is to bring a beast horde that will bring a calamity to the Tai Divine Kingdom, then maybe this will be the Tai Divine Kingdom's chance to rise up from the ashes. The Tai Divine Kingdom has existed for too long, causing the country to become a bit lethargic. Death might not be a bad thing, and Yi Yun might give way to the opportunity that the Tai Divine Kingdom has to rise back up from the ashes. In the future, he might even have the chance of becoming a great emperor. The city lord said it in a solemn voice. Not only Song Yan, many of the elders present were greatly alarmed upon hearing the city lord's voice transmission. Great Emperor. In the Tai Divine Kingdom's history of tens of millions of years, there had never been a single great emperor. The strongest person was just a peak sage. The distance between sages and great emperors was separated by a huge gap. It was a gap that made people lament upon seeing it. Yi Yun had the possibility of becoming a great emperor? If that was the case, the Tai Divine Kingdom would very likely undergo a quantum leap. A great emperor not only guaranteed the prosperity of the Tai Divine Kingdom. If a great emperor's bloodline was to be mixed with the Tai Divine Kingdom's royal bloodline, then it would cause the Tai Divine Kingdom's royal bloodline to become even more powerful. Other than that, a great emperor would create many sorts of martial arts, leaving behind heritages that were obviously priceless. After all, the sword and saber tombs were left behind by a person suspected of being a great emperor. Unfortunately, the sword and saber tomb was not the completely heritage of a great emperor. They had been opened before, losing a lot of the valuable heritage within. Only the marks were left within the sword and saber tomb, and even they looked as if they had been casually drawn by the owner, so it was not considered a heritage. However, the sword and saber tombs, along with the array within them, allowed the Tai Divine City to be opened up in the divine wilderness in conjunction with a peerless expert from the Tai Divine Kingdom. Just an incomplete heritage had so much value to it, so the value for a complete great emperor's heritage was obvious. If there was a great emperor within the country, it would raise the overall strength of the Tai Divine Kingdom. With a great emperor, the number of sages within the country would also increase. And a second great emperor might even appear not long after. Great emperor, is that really possible? Yi Yun might become a great emperor? Song Yan looked at Yi Yun and felt incredulous. To him, great emperors were a legend that eluded him. Was he going to witness the rise of a great emperor and become one of the masters of this great emperor? Just thinking of this made Song Yan feel like he was dreaming. If he became a great emperor's master, then even if he was one of the least outstanding ones amongst Yi Yun's future masters, Song Yan would still feel extremely satisfied. It was impossible for him to become a great emperor in his life, but if he had a student that became a great emperor, he could really die without any regrets. At this moment, the city lord carried on, I am afraid that Yi Yun can no longer fight. Let us admit defeat for this battle. To fight to such a level, he is already an elite amongst elites. He has obtained enough glory for the Tai A Divine Kingdom and have won us precious seats. I will personally reward Yi Yun for his meritorious achievements after this battle. Song Yan looked at Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun's face was pale after having used his golden crow aspect totem. There was not a tinge of pink left on his face, and his hands, which held the sword and saber, were trembling. Although he did not sever any meridians this time, Song Yan could feel that Yi Yun's Yuan Qi had been nearly completely expended. Using the golden crow aspect totem for less than the time it took to take a breath completely drained Yi Yun of his Yuan Qi. Yi Yun was now severely exhausted. It was very likely that he would not even be able to use the Sabertooth's 32 words moves. There was no meaning in fighting any further. Yi Yun used the Sonic Deathblade to support himself as he breathed heavily. He barely managed to regulate his chaotic blood flow. Although he had the Golden Crow's blood as healing medicine, he had already drunk a lot of it, and whatever he could absorb had already been absorbed. It would still be effective if he were to drink some more, but it definitely was not enough to replenish his energy to the point of winning this alliance tournament. He looks like he can't make it. Not only Song Yan, others also started to discover Yi Yun's situation. It looked like he couldn't make it the last time too, but he still managed to finish off Morong Guang with one sword attack. Some of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's warriors on the participants' benches were quietly discussing. Previously, Morong Guang thought that he could easily take out Yi Yun but ended up being easily taken out by Yi Yun. That scene was still fresh in their minds. In a once-bitten, twice-shy situation, and especially with Yi Yun nearly crippling Morong Guang, it made these elites feel fear. They lacked the courage to go against Yi Yun. No one wanted to follow in Morong Guang's footsteps. Humph. He has definitely expended even more this time. His aspect totem is even more terrifying than that sword attack. With his peak purple blood cultivation level, to be able to stand after using it is already not bad. Yi Yun is already a spent force, not someone to be fearful of. A purple-dressed youth said arrogantly as he looked at Yi Yun. At this moment, on the Divine Wilderness stage, Yi Yun's body suddenly convulsed as he placed his entire body's weight onto the Sonic Deathblade, finally spitting out a mouthful of blood. The blood stained the cold purple tungsten ground. Yi Yun! Xu Xiaoran and company were extremely worried upon seeing this. He's vomiting blood. Ha ha! The purple-dressed youth, who spoke earlier, laughed loudly upon seeing this scene. His eyes were shining with excitement. He looked back at his peers and gave a very pleased look. As I said, he can't make it anymore, yet all of you don't believe me. The others looked at each other before someone nodded. Indeed, Yi Yun should not be able to make it. This is our chance. Humph. The 7-star pagoda owner had transmitted his voice, saying that Yi Yun has a tiny possibility of becoming a great emperor. Although I do not believe he will become a great emperor, so what if he becomes one in the future? Wasn't he still defeated by us in his youth? You're right. Just thinking of defeating a youth great emperor makes me excited. In the future, we can all say that we were people who could defeat a youth great emperor, ha! Under the instigation of the purple-dressed youth, many of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom youths laughed excitedly. They were eager to defeat Yi Yun. Yi Yun, I'll challenge you. The purple-dressed youth swaggered up the Divine Wilderness stage and looked at Yi Yun with a haughty look. At this moment, Song Yan's Yuan Qi voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun, do not eat into his provocation. This person may look like a retard, but he is still very strong. Of the 10 people the Yunlong Divine Kingdom have left, he is probably ranked 3rd or 4th. The current Yu is no longer his match. You just need to admit defeat. If you do not want to say it, I will represent you in admitting defeat. Song Yan was afraid that Yi Yun would be foolhardy due to his young age. Recklessly fighting against this shameless person and only end up falling into his ploy. Once they started fighting, the other party would definitely use various sorts of methods to severely injure Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's life was not in peril with Song Yan around, Song Yen would still feel extremely pissed if the number one person of the Taiya Divine Kingdom was being brutally beaten by such a person. Yi Yun remained silent and did not respond. This purple-dressed youth was probably stronger than Junyu due to his age. Currently, it was too demanding for Yi Yun to fight someone stronger than Junyu. I am Morong Fei. Remember my name because you will be defeated by me. In the future, even if you are to accomplish great things, it will not change the fact that you are like a woman ked. No matter how distinguished she will be in the future, she would still be someone that ked, ha. The purple-dressed youth roared with laughter. He had already guessed that Yi Yun might surrender, but how could he allow that? If Yi Yun were to surrender, then he could not brutally beat up Yi Yun and could not be the person who defeated a youth great emperor. He did not care if Yi Yun was currently completely exhausted, as long as he defeated Yi Yun, it would still become a fact. Be it within his family clan or in his circle, he would have the rights to flaunt himself. Just thinking of defeating a figure known as a youth great emperor felt great. Author's note: I'm in Japan for just a few days and I encountered an earthquake. Although it was of a low magnitude, it still felt quite alarming while in a shaking 30-story building. There were indeed many things to do for my trip to Japan, and writing requires an extremely quiet state. Actually, I have put in a lot of effort, but to write updates while doing things midway left me with an unclear and perturbed mind. So with the little time, my efficiency was very low. Chapter 340, Voice Transmission. So what about it, kid? Do you dare fight me? Morong Fei unsheathed his sword and pointed it at Yi Yun's eyebrows. His face was full of contempt and provocation. Does the person known as the number one person amongst the Taiya Divine Kingdom's youngest people have guts? If you think you can't make it, quickly beg for mercy. Morong Fei became more and more arrogant. He guessed that Yi Yun was going to surrender. Not being able to fight Yi Yun would leave him with regrets as he would lose the right to brag. But even so, he still wanted to carry on provoking as Yi Yun might turn hot-headed and accept his challenge. Even if Yi Yun did not accept the challenge, saying all of that made Morong Fei feel good. In the future, he could boast in his circles and family clans saying how the number one person of the Taiya Divine Kingdom, Yi Yun, known as a person who would one day become a great emperor, was humiliated by him and did not retaliate, and eventually, he surrendered with his tail between his legs. This effect was barely acceptable. Seeing Morong Fei's provocation, all of the Taiya Divine City warriors were fuming. Many of them could not accept it any longer. I've never seen such a shameless person. A person stood up and pointed at Morong Fei and cursed. Morong Fei is no different to S***T. And that Morong Guang. They must be from the same family. One is more shameless than the other. F***K. Still jumping out to talk a bunch of crap, appearing as if he's all awesome and whatnot. Why didn't he fight earlier? He's no different to a straw bag. If Yi Yun had 30% of his strength left, he could finish this kind of person in one move. To think he dares be arrogant. Even a dog's barks sounds better than your shouting. The Taiya Divine Kingdom warriors were quite good at cursing. However, Morong Fei's skin was thicker than the city walls. He remained unmoved. So what if you cursed me? Miss, this person is too shameless. Beside Luo Hoyer, the maidservant Donger clenched her pink and tender tiny fists and her small circular face looked like an apple as it had turned redder due to anger. As she said that, her undeveloped chest moved up and down like a small balloon. Luo Hoyer looked at Morong Fei with a disgusted and irritated look. This was the first time she had seen such a toad that was so shameless. Comparatively, that unpleasant fellow Yi Yun was like an angel. Seeing Morong Fei being so arrogant and then looking back at Yi Yun, Luo Hoyer's black eyes seemed to roll around, as if she thought of something. Luo Hoyer seemed to be in a dilemma. She rubbed her smooth forehead with her tiny fingers, as if she was still struggling to decide before she said quietly to herself, "Just this once. It shouldn't be a problem." At this moment on the Divine Wilderness stage, the referee looked at Yi-Yun. "Yi-Yun, do you want to accept this challenge?" Seeing that Yi-Yun was still silent, the referee had no choice but to ask. "Yi-Yun, don't fall for their trap. You are admitting defeat after a huge battle, it is not shameful. On the other hand, that Morong Fei is so shameless that it made people despise him. You just need to admit defeat. If you were to fight him, you would end up being even more humiliated." Chu Xiaoran was afraid Yi-Yun would fall for the trap. Song Yen noticed that Yi-Yun did not intend to surrender, so he stood up. "I'll represent Yi-Yun and give up." Just as Song Yen said this, Yi-Yun, who had been silent, suddenly raised his hand. "Hold on. I'll accept this battle." "What?" Everyone was stunned when Yi-Yun said this. Anyone could tell that Yi-Yun was at the limits of his limits. He could not beat Morong Fei, yet he accepted the challenge? Wasn't this no different than self-mutilating himself? Ha 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 ha. Morong Fei laughed loudly. "Great, I originally thought that you were a coward, but I now take that back. You are not a coward, but a complete idiot. Very well, let's fight. I will beat you up like you are a dog." Morong Fei clenched his fists with extreme excitement on his face. "Don't be in such a hurry. I am the leader of the Tai Divine City's overall group match. I can let Chu Xiaoran take over for me." As Yi-Yun said, he looked down the stage at Chu Xiaoran. Chu Xiaoran was stunned hearing this. He was letting her fight in his stead? She didn't lose in the teenager division matches, so according to the tournament's rules, anyone who had not been defeated had the right to fight. This included Wen Yu and a few other first-year cultivators. However, she was not Morong Fei's match. Morong Fei was a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, and due to the age gap, Chu Xiaoran would only be abused trying to fight Morong Fei. Besides, Morong Fei seemed like a shameless type of person who would not hold back. Yi-Yun wanted her to fight? Chu Xiaoran was completely in a daze. At this moment, Yi-Yun's Yuan Qi transmission rang in her ear. "Drag it out, let Wen Yu and the rest also go up too. Try to delay as much time as possible before going up on stage. Try to delay for about the time it takes 1 to 2 joss sticks to burn. The longer it is, the better. When you start fighting, just surrender quickly." Chu Xiaoran was shocked when she heard what Yi-Yun said. Delay for the time it takes for 1 to 2 joss sticks to burn? In this alternate world, 1 joss stick was the time it took for someone to take 100 breaths star. The time to take 100 to 200 breaths was completely inadequate for Yi-Yun even if it was delayed. In Yi-Yun's situation where he had been depleted of all his energy, he needed about 4 to 5 days to recover. And this was only under the condition of using all sorts of treasured materials to recuperate. "Yi-Yun, what are you doing?" Chu Xiaoran asked worriedly. "Do not fall for his trick. That Morong Fei is purposely antagonizing you so he can shine." Yi-Yun shook his head. "No matter how Morong Fei provokes me, it is meaningless to me. He is just a retard in my eyes. If I minded a retard, then wouldn't I have the same intelligence as a retard?" Yi-Yun's words immediately rendered Chu Xiaoran speechless. "Then you." "I only want to win. I want to win this overall group championship. That's why I accepted the challenge. When you and the other juniors, help me drag it out." In accordance to the tournament's rules, when one side sent out a person to fight on stage, the other side could indeed send another person to accept the challenge. It was only because Yi-Yun was the only power on the Tai Divine City side that resulted in Yi-Yun fighting all the way. "You want to win? We can win under such circumstances?" Chu Xiaoran was stunned. Yi-Yun's words were simply unbelievable. "I'll give it a try. I do not have much confidence as well, and I do not know what will happen." Saying that, Yi-Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage. Chu Xiaoran was completely confused. Ha ha ha. You actually used a woman as your shield, you sure came out well. Morong Fei laughed loudly the moment Yi Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage. His laughter was without restraint, and in it, there was a tinge of perverseness in it. Little beauty, come on up and play with this elder brother. Gee, you're such a beauty. Don't worry, I'll be gentle. Against social norms, Morong Fei's gaze wandered over Chu Xiaoran's body and it landed on her thighs, then on her chest. This made Chu Xiaoran fume. She really wanted to charge up and fight it out with Morong Fei, however, she remembered Yi Yun's words and endured. I'll let you be arrogant for a while. Although she did not know what Yi Yun was doing, and while Yi Yun said he did not have much confidence, Chu Xiaoran still had unfounded confidence in Yi Yun. She believed that he might be able to create a miracle. With that in mind, Chu Xiaoran said to the referee, "Sorry, I did not expect myself to engage in battle so suddenly. I want to prepare for a while." The referee was slightly stunned. Prepare? Although he did not know what Chu Xiaoran needed to prepare, the referee nodded. All right. At this moment, Yi Yun had already left the arena. With a blur of his figure, he disappeared. Although he was greatly drained of his energy, he could still maintain a speed that exceeded mortals by 100 times. In the time it took to take a few breaths, he arrived in front of a stone hut a few hundred meters away. In the Taia Divine City, there were plenty of these simple stone huts along the streets. They were built for people to take a breather. At this moment, within the stone hut, there was a girl dressed in red. She sat on the railings of the courtyard casually, leaning on a tree beside the railing. Both her tiny legs were dangling in the air. Her dangling her feet looked like a girl touching the surface of the water with the tip of her feet. Luo Huaer. Yi Yun came out because of Luo Huaer's Yuan Qi voice transmission. Miss Luo, you have a desolate bone relic that can recover stamina quickly? Relic? I guess so, Luo Huaer responded whilst being preoccupied with another matter, in a way of affirming Yi Yun's query. There is such a relic? Yi Yun found it unbelievable. A relic that could quickly restore a large portion or even all the stamina of a completely exhausted person was something that even the Taia Divine City's city lord lacked. There was a process for warriors to absorb relics. Relics could recover one's stamina, but their effects were slow. In fact, they had very limited effects. Even the golden crow species blood he used did not have such a heaven-defying effect. Although it sounded incredulous, Luo Huaer had no reason to lie to him. She couldn't be up to her mischievous antics in this situation. You really have a relic like that, wouldn't it be very valuable? To use it on me, Yi Yun stopped his words. Luo Huaer's background was mysterious and the relic would have an abnormally high value according to her description as it confounded common sense. Hearing Yi Yun's words, Luo Huaer was rendered a bit speechless. How could she have such an amazing relic? She could recover Yi Yun's stamina only because of a special ability of hers. However, her ability was not to be flaunted as it was related to her family clan and race. She could not let others know. Luo Huaer was also mischievous, but she was not good at lying. She wanted to sweep it under the rug in a hand-wavy fashion, but seeing that Yi Yun wanted to ask again, Luo Huaer felt anger and stared at him. She snapped, "Where are you getting all that nonsense from? Just stay there." Yi Yun choked. He never expected that Luo Huaer, who was still mumbling a few moments ago suddenly, would take a 180 degrees turn in attitude. Lie down. Luo Huaer said with a repulsive look and pointed to a stone table. The table's length was about a foot long, and this rendered Yi Yun a bit speechless. It was so small, just barely enough to sit down on, how could he lie on it? There's no time, hurry. Luo Huaer urged him. Yi Yun had no choice but to lie down on the stone table. Now, Yi Yun had the height of an adult, so for him, lying down on such a small stone table was an acrobatic art. If he was not careful, he could fall down. When Luo Huaer saw Yi Yun's comical state, the corners of her mouth arced upwards. She really wanted to take this opportunity to tease Yi Yun, but due to the lack of time, she gave up on the thought. She was about to use her race's mystic technique, but then she thought of the matter regarding relics. So she took out a desolate bone relic from her interspatial ring and threw it at Yi Yun. This is special medicine, eat it. Special medicine? It's this? Yi Yun stared at the relic that looked like a sugar pill in his hand. He was speechless. You think this bro is a child? He was now a desolate heaven master, and he was not so easily fooled. Wasn't this an ordinary relic that could be bought anywhere on the streets? This thing could quickly recover his stamina? Wasn't this a joke? Author's note: the time it takes to burn one joss stick is 5 minutes. It is in reference to ancient China's timing. In Dream of the Red Chamber, the time it took to burn one joss stick was only sufficient to make a poem. Some readers might be curious. Our joss sticks at home can burn for at least an hour. Why is it only 5 minutes in ancient times? For this, I also do not know. Maybe the materials used for the joss sticks in ancient times were different, so it was shorter. I'll be catching a flight tomorrow, so the updates will be later. Chapter 341, Clear Water Fountain. Isn't this a normal desolate bone relic refined from the white spirit divine snake and heavenly star worm teeth? Yi Yun held the sparkling bone relic in his hand and examined it, while asking Luo Hor to clear his doubts. Luo Hor was stunned for a moment. What the heck? You can recognize it just like that? Although Luo Hor knew Yi Yun had extremely high talent in the desolate heaven technique, his talent had always been in the extraction of energy. She had never seen his talent in identifying energy. Energy identification was not easy as it required tremendous amounts of experience. Many outstanding desolate heaven masters, who had studied for decades up to a century, might not be able to completely identify the materials used in every relic. In contrast, how long had Yi Yun studied the desolate heaven technique? And he had spent a long period of time in the divine wilderness, so how could he practice his desolate heaven technique? The desolate bone relic in Luo Huier's hands was made of a mixture of materials, yet Yi Yun had managed to accurately identify them. Luo Hor could not longer lie anymore after Yi Yun identified the original raw materials. Seeing that Yi Yun was still having his doubts and hesitations, Luo Hor went from embarrassment to anger. Why do you have so many nonsensical questions? Do you want to eat it or not? Yi Yun was speechless. This was a grave matter. He had accepted Morong Fei's challenge, and if something went wrong, the outcome would be tragic. However, the common desolate bone relic in his hand could recover stamina? Even ghosts wouldn't believe it. But at this moment, Yi Yun could only try it as a last resort. He could only pray that Luo Hor was not pulling a prank on him. If she were to pull a prank like that at this moment, then she would be too evil. Yi Yun swallowed the relic in his hand. Seeing that Yi Yun still had the expression of "stop kidding me" even after swallowing the relic, Luo Hor had no way of justifying herself. The situation was too sudden, so she had not thought of a good way to conceal it. However, upon further thinking, it seemed like it was impossible to conceal it. As such, Luo Huier's expression turned serious and she said with a threatening tone, "Kid, this lady warns you. Whatever happens next, you are not to tell anyone. If anyone asks you how you recovered your strength, just saying that this lady gave you a special medicine will do." Luo Hor came from a special background. It was expected that no one would have doubts if it was explained in such a manner. Back then, her family clan had placed an individual near the Tai A Divine Kingdom, and then sent her to the Tai A Divine City. She didn't know what sort of standing the person had in the Tai A Divine Kingdom. To Luo Huier, he was some low-ranking person, or else why would he have placed her here? However, it seemed like that fellow had some standing in this region. He was not only able to send Luo Hor to the Tai A Divine City, but he also got the maidservant Donger entry into the city. Bringing a servant into the Tai A Divine City was a treatment many of the young masters did not have. Under such circumstances, Luo Hoyer's status in the Tai A Divine City had always been mysterious. People guessed that her background was extraordinary, but it was weird because if she came from a prominent birthplace, why did she have to come to the Tai A Divine City for training, and not stay in her faction for training? It was something that many people could not figure out. Hearing Luo Hoyer's words, Yi Yun was slightly stunned. He vaguely guessed that Luo Hoyer had most likely have a shocking secret that she did not want others to know. And clearly, the ability to heal his injuries had nothing to do with that relic. Not tell anyone, right? Right. If not, you will. Eh? Luo Hoyer stressed the part of her speech in a strong tone. At the same time, she waved her tiny pink fist in front of Yun's face. She used what she thought was a vicious look to express how terrible the consequences would be if Yun revealed the secret. Do not think that just because this lady looks weak and pretty that her strength is lacking. Hee, if you do, then you are really naive. Luo Hoyer said fairly confidently. People who usually said these kinds of words were weak trash, somewhat like Morong Wang. When Luo Hoyer said those words, for some unknown reason, Ian felt that this girl was really someone to be feared. Alright, there is no time. Close your eyes. You are not to peek. If you peek once, I'll dig your eyes out. Luo Hoyer said fiercely, so Ian had no choice but to close his eyes. Following that, Ian felt his body suddenly being covered by a layer of light. This mysterious membrane of light completely cut off Ian's perception. Oh? Ian found it strange when he suddenly felt a cool energy envelope him. It was as if he was submerged in the purest water, with his body left hanging in the void. Water flowed around him wave after wave and cleansed his body. It was like a young girl's lovely touch. It was extremely comfortable. This is... Yun was shocked. He really wanted to open his eyes to see what Luo Hoyer was doing. However, upon recalling Luo Hoyer's words, Yun held back the thought. Without a doubt, Luo Hoyer was risking exposing her secret by helping him. As such, Yun did not take the initiative to peek. The clear water flow that seemed to contain wonderful amounts of energy seemed like a pure water fountain. It slowly meandered through Yun's pores, orifices, and into his meridians. It nourished his dantian, organs, and even his bone marrow. In a subtle fashion, Yun felt his own energy gradually recovering. He even felt that the severed meridians in his right hand, sustained from using the Pure Yang Sword Palace's sword intent, were slowly recovering. Even that was possible. Yun was really shocked in awe. With his body gradually recovering and as he felt that clear water flow, Yun seemed to feel of a joy in life that he had never felt before. It was something he had never even thought of before. It was like man and woman, who had never tasted the forbidden fruit, would never know the joy of love. Currently, Yun also never thought that there was such a wondrous joy in the world. Yun felt like a fish that had been separated from the ocean for a long time, and now it had finally returned into the water. He swam freely as he stretched his limbs out comfortably. He relaxed his body as every inch of his muscles and skin felt completely relaxed. The pure water that gushed into his body was constantly accumulating energy within his body. Yun felt as his body seemed to go through very subtle changes. Even if he probed it carefully, he could still not figure out the changes. Yet inadvertently, it seemed to really exist. At this moment, Yun felt a pair of soft, cool and smooth arms hug him. When he received the embrace, that joy reached an extreme. And at that split second, Yun felt as if the clear energy within his body had evolved. It really merged with his flesh and blood, no longer separating. This feeling was too beautiful. Unfortunately, it was just a fleeting instance that seemed like a dream. It even made Yun suspect if that was really the arms of a young girl hugging him. Checking his own body, Yun realized that he had recovered to his optimum condition. His injuries had recovered by more than 90%. Including his yuan qi and stamina, they had nearly recovered to their peaks. Now, Ian even felt that it was no problem conjuring the Golden Crow totem or even using the full Pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. It is so magical. Ian really found it unbelievable. It's done. At this moment, Luo Huayer's voice rang in Ian's ear. Can I open my eyes? Ian asked. You can keep them closed, I won't stop you. Luo Huayer answered stiffly. Ian was speechless as he opened his eyes. He saw Luo Huayer wearing an exquisite dress standing there. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her small face was red. Only her cute lips had a paleness to them that made one feel a sense of pity. It seems, using that mysterious technique was quite exhausting on her. Ian suddenly felt a surge of pity and gratitude. He suddenly felt that this Luo Huayer, who was usually up to no good and had a bad temper, seemed pretty cute. Just as Ian wanted to say thank you, Luo Huayer suddenly said, "Why do you keep staring at me for?" Luo Huayer's eyes seemed to dodge his. She was like a little rabbit who would retreat 4 to 5 meters away at the slightest commotion. It was as if she wanted to draw a line between herself and Ian. Ian's word of thanks was suddenly taken back. Just now. Just after he said 2 words, Luo Huayer suddenly cut him off. What are you dazing around here for? If you don't go, your tournament will be lost. Hearing Luo Huayer's words, Ian knew that she did not want to mention any of this, so he did not say anything else. He did not say thank you and just nodded solemnly. With a flash, he rushed out of the small courtyard. At the instance of him rushing out of the courtyard, Ian inadvertently saw that on the corner of the wall in the courtyard was the short-legged Donger. With her 2 pigtails, she had found 2 bricks from somewhere to step on. She was lying on top of the wall as she tiptoed to peek into the courtyard. The maidservant seemed to be slow to respond. She did not realize that Ian was rushing out so suddenly. Only when Ian rushed out of the courtyard did she realize that Ian had disappeared. With her slow reaction, she hurriedly turned her head. This resulted in her staring at Ian. The atmosphere turned awkward. Donger's tiny face was red as she pointed into the courtyard, saying hesitantly, "I was just watching." Seeing Donger's look, Ian found it amusing, then keep watching. While saying that, Ian's body flashed again and completely disappeared. Donger. At this moment, a cold voice rang. About halfway through, while Luo Huayer was using her mystic technique, Donger had appeared. Luo Huayer was concentrated on using her mystic technique and she did not realize that. However, later on, she naturally found out. Donger jumped up with fright as she hurriedly climbed down the bricks and obediently walked into the courtyard. "Miss, Donger was actually following you. When I saw the courtyard light up, I raised my neck to catch a glimpse." Donger shrunk back her neck like a child that had done something wrong. Luo Huayer's face turned cold. Actually, it was alright even if Donger saw it. Treating Ian was different from fighting in front of the Tai Divine City's city lord. Just from this, even if she had revealed a bit of her secrets, people would only think that she had some fortuitous event and fascinating cultivation technique, and not suspect that she wasn't human. And with her background, no one would touch her because of this. However, if people could recognize her race, then it would be problematic. Although she could inform her family clan and ask for protection, then no one would do anything to her. However, it would bring a great deal of trouble to her family. At that moment, she would definitely be punished by her father. Just thinking of the father who always abided to her wishes, and would suddenly become a stern father at the critical moment, Luo Huayer felt helpless. That, as Luo Huayer's mind was wandering, Donger, who had originally made a mistake, sneakily glanced at Luo Huayer and asked softly, "Miss, why did you hug elder brother Ian at the end?" Hearing Donger's words, Luo Huayer's small face sank. She glanced at Donger and said coldly, "That never happened." Donger was surprised for a moment and shook her head in confusion. She still said in a matter-of-fact manner, "That did happen." Luo Huayer remained silent. Her pretty face seemed to almost drip water. Donger, who was slow to react, still did not realize it. She continued to ask her questions stubbornly. However, just as she opened her mouth to ask again, her chubby little face was suddenly pinched by two small hands. Luo Horror pinched Donger's chubby cheeks and pulled from both sides. "Aya, pain! Pain!" Donger shouted. Her face was molded into a funny face as her small mouth was pulled wide apart. However, Luo Horror did not let go, nor did she speak. She kept on pulling for about 30 seconds. Donger's tears came out. From her experience, whenever this happened, it was because she had made a mistake or had said something wrong. Donger finally understood, and as she rubbed her face, she said dejectedly, "I think I saw wrongly." "All right." Luo Horror gave a nod of satisfaction before releasing her hands. However, she still felt unhappy. In fact, she thought with her powers, she could easily treat Yi Yun. Unexpectedly, healing Yi Yun's injuries required too much energy. It far exceeded her expectations. 90% of the healing power within Luo Huayer's body had been transferred into Yi Yun's body, but it was still insufficient. As a last resort, at the last moment of using her mystic technique, Luo Huayer used her fusing technique, perfectly infusing the healing powers into Yi Yun's blood, flesh, and meridians. If the healing power used by Luo Huayer at the beginning was a boost in volume for Yi Yun, the last instant was a qualitative leap. However, the fusing technique needed physical contact and it could not be transferred over empty space. When Luo Huayer was greatly drained, she could only use this method in order to prevent it failing at the last moment. That toad has really lucked out. This lady's first hug was given to him. When Luo Huayer was using her mystic technique, the situation was too urgent for her to think carefully. Now thinking about it, she felt she had got the bad side of the bargain. It's all Mother teaching me such a mystic technique. Isn't this something only used for my husband or children? Forget it, I'll not practice it in the future. As Luo Huayer was thinking this, she kicked a stone on the ground up into the air. Well, I'll treat it as if I was hugging a pet dog. I hugged the family dog when I was young, so there is no difference. Luo Huayer comforted herself as she slowly soothed her emotions. Author's note: I set an alarm. Slept for 3 hours. Wrote 4,000 characters and sent it out. Chapter 342: Fighting Again. At this moment in the arena, the alliance tournament between the Tai-A Divine Kingdom and Yunlong Divine Kingdom was in its final stages. Yunlong Divine Kingdom was likely to clinch victory. I admit defeat. A few seconds after the referee declared the beginning of the current match, a youth representing the Tai-A Divine City timidly raised his hand. Admit defeat? Admitting defeat again? The Tai-A Divine City audience were dumbfounded. A few cultivators from their Tai-A Divine Kingdom had consecutively done lots of preparation before going on stage. They then hung around the stage for a while, and a few seconds after the match began, they would admit defeat. What are they doing? Actually, the Tai-A Divine City warriors knew that those who came up on stage last were not Morong Fei's match at all. Since they were not his match, there was no point forcing it. Why go up and not fight, only bringing shame to yourself? Ha! I've never seen a group of extreme quality tortoises. I'm dying of laughter. They don't even dare to fight. Are you coming up on stage en masse to sing? The Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors quipped sarcastically as they laughed. Previously they had suppressed their anger, as Yi Yun was too strong. They had not been able to relieve their anger. Now in a rare turn of events, Yi Yun was seriously injured and could no longer fight, resulting in the others going up on stage. They immediately began to relieve their anger by sarcastically ridiculing the Tai-A Divine City warriors. Your Tai-A Divine Kingdom has only one strong person. As for our Yunlong Divine Kingdom, we have a group of strong people. Feng Lin, Bai, Morong Fei. Anyone is good. Another Yunlong Divine Kingdom warrior in the audience stands shouted loudly. When Morong Fei heard this, he felt extremely elated. This person's words had specially mentioned his name, and he was ranked together with Fong Lin and Bai. Morong Fei was planning to brutally fight and torture in his one-man show, but was unable to do so because of the Tai A Divine Kingdom's warriors surrendering. However, he still felt extremely good being able to stand on stage alone, triumphant over the Tai A Divine Kingdom warriors and looking down on the masses. When you are last. Delay it as much as you can. The second joss stick should only be burned halfway. Yi Yun should be back soon. Xu Xiaoran was confident in Yi Yun. She believed that even if Yi Yun could not recover from his injuries, he would still return by the appointed time. Yes. When you nodded. Ah, little beauty. Are you prepared to fight me, or will you be like the rest, admitting defeat once the match begins? Morong Fei's mouth curled up in a mocking smile. If I fight you, I will be gentle. Don't worry. Morong Fei's words were filled with mockery. Wen Yu's face sank and did not speak a word. As she adjusted her weapon, she prepared to go on stage. Adjusted a bit more. Don't think I do not know what you are doing. You are all coming up one after another to mess around. Are you trying to stall for time? Ha ha ha. Yi Yun, that gutless fellow, is using women as shields. Such a pity. How long can the lot of you delay? So what if you drag it out for another 15 to 20 minutes? The outcome would not change. Morong Fei's smile turned cold as he waited to see Wen Yu perform. Having Morong Fei see through their ploy, Wen Yu's hand trembled as her sword nearly dropped to the ground. Previously, she was a proud daughter of heaven in her family clan. When had she ever lost her confidence because of going on stage to battle? But now, faced with this scenario, Wen Yu was feeling intense pressure. The Tai A Divine Kingdom audience's depression, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience's ridicule, and the perverse gaze from Morong Fei were all sources of Wen Yu's pressure. Just as Wen Yu had finished adjusting everything and was about to go on stage, she suddenly heard a voice transmission. That will do. Just leave it to me from here on out. Wen Yu halted in her steps and turned her head forcefully. She did not know when Yi Yun had walked up behind her. Yi Yun's clothes were still stained with blood and no one knew what he had done in the time it took 2 joss sticks to burn. Wen Yu used her perception to probe but failed to discover any gains in Yuan Qi for Yi Yun. Senior Yi, Wen Yu was just about to say something when Yi Yun walked up to the center of the Divine Wilderness stage, standing in front of Morong Fei. Yi Yun is here. Xu Xiaoran exhaled deeply. Yi Yun had indeed arrived back at the appointed time. If not, she would not have known what to do next. Xu Xiaoran did not know what Yi Yun did. Although her rationale told her that it was impossible to recover from such serious injuries in a short time, she still looked forward to Yi Yun bringing about a miracle. Yi Yun, you have finally come out? I thought you wouldn't dare. Morong Fei looked at Yi Yun with a grin on his lips. Yi Yun had finally appeared and it was time for Morong Fei to show off. He was looking forward to this fight. All these years, he had been overshadowed by Fong Lin and Bai's halo. He was not famous, but in fact, he was very confident in his strength. He needed an opportunity to prove himself. And the greatly drained yet prominent Yi Yun was the best stepping stone. Although he knew Yi Yun could not recover in such a short period of time, Morong Fei still checked Yi Yun's Yuan Qi to be safe. He wanted to know how much he had recovered. However, he did not detect any. Realizing Morong Fei's intentions, the ends of Yi Yun's mouth curled up. He had long converged his body's Yuan Qi. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun's control of Yuan Qi was too good. When he converged his Yuan Qi, Morong Fei naturally could not detect anything. If this was seen through, how was he to fight in a while? Yi Yun was not some magnanimous person. Against enemies, there was no lack of him stabbing them in the back. He. Morong Fei felt slightly relieved having not detected Yi Yun's Yuan Qi. He smiled insidiously and mocked, "Yi Yun, you delayed all this time to secretly eat some medicine? How effective is it?" Yi Yun lightly replied, "Not bad. It wouldn't do against experts, but against some cats and dogs, especially those shameless people without any ability, it is not a problem." Hearing Yi Yun's words, Morong Fei's face sank. How could he not be aware of Yi Yun scolding him with his words, courting death? Morong Fei said the two words and his Yuan Qi exploded. Behind him, an aspect totem in the shape of a leopard appeared. Morong Fei did have some ability. The aspect totem was known as a golden leopard. Its defense was extremely strong and was not easy to deal with. To be able to have a golden leopard as an aspect totem proved that Morong Fei had trained a lot in the divine wilderness, by killing a large number of desolate beasts with his own strength. Young Master Morong. Kill the kid. In the audience stands, a vassal family of the Morong family clan began cheering for Morong Fei. The Morong family clan was one of the top superfamilies in the Yunlong Divine Kingdom, so it had many supporters in the audience. Morong Fei's energy rose to an extreme level and he shouted loudly. Just as he was about to use his skill, Yi Yun suddenly attacked. 3 sword attacks were slashed out in an instant. Within these 3 sword attacks were about 10% of the pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent. Sha! 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 The 3 beams cut through the air and shot straight at Morong Fei. It was so fast that it left people no time to react. The aspect totem Morong Fei had just conjured up was slashed apart by the 3 sword attacks. Phew! After the 3 sword attacks tore apart the aspect totem, they did not lose their momentum and carried on flying straight at Morong Fei. The 3 sword beams brought with them a terrifying killing intent. What? Morong Fei was greatly alarmed. He had some ability and in 1/100th of a blink of an eye, he managed to respond in a timely manner. His body flew back and wielded his sword to block the 3 sword beams. However, how could he block Yi Yun's sword attack? When Morong Fei's sword clashed with Yi Yun's sword beam, a ding, metallic cracking sound was heard. Morong Fei's sword snapped from clashing with the 3 sword beams. Morong Fei's palm tore apart as he felt his arm go numb. His face was filled with inexplicable horror. How could there be such a terrifying sword beam? It managed to snap the sword in his hand instantaneously. Morong Fei's sword was no ordinary item. However, even if it was a sword made by a master, it needed a warrior to inject within it Yuan Qi and sword intent to remain intact. When 2 swordsmen differed greatly in their sword intent and strength, then a clash between them would usually lead to the breaking of one party's sword. Once the sword was broken, Morong Fei no longer had the ability to resist. The 3 sword beams pierced through his protective Yuan Qi, right into his flesh without further thought. Pwah! Blood splattered and Morong Fei's chest and abdomen were pierced open by the sword beam. What was even worse was the 3rd sword beam stabbing into his shoulder, chopping off his right arm. Morong Fei bellowed out a heart-wrenching cry as he slammed heavily to the ground. He saw his arm flying with his own eyes. That experience was unforgettable. My arm. Morong Fei's face was pale. To warriors, even if an arm was chopped off, as long as it wasn't destroyed, it could be reconnected with medicine. However, even a rejoined arm would need more than half a year to fully recover. Furthermore, his chest and abdomen had been pierced through. It would probably take Morong Fei more than a year to recover his Yuan Qi. His injuries were much worse than Morong Guang's. Morong Fei. Seeing the tables turn, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants were completely shocked. What was this situation? Yi Yun was clearly drained of all his Yuan Qi previously and looked like he couldn't last any further. Yet, in a blink of an eye, he was able to produce such a terrifying sword beam? In less than a few seconds, Yi Yun had severely injured Morong Fei to the point of death with his slashes. Yi Yun, he. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom participants looked at Yi Yun with horror. they saw Ian breathing deeply and quietly. He had a sword and saber in each of his hands. His body was straight like a javelin, erected on the divine wilderness stage. No yuan qi fluctuation was found in Ian's body. But for an unknown reason, seeing Ian was like seeing a dormant primordial species. It caused great apprehension. This fellow had really fought with Bai for several hundred rounds and had been seriously injured. How was it possible to be this strong even when seriously injured? Could it be? People looked at each other and seemed to figure out of the only possibility. That was, Ian had recovered from his injuries. With that thought in mind, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors held their breaths. Heavens! What happened in the 7 to 8 minutes Ian was away? Chapter 343, The Dust Settles. This kid. Has he made a full recovery? Song Yin looked at Ian with open eyes. He too could not figure out what Ian had done. Ian had returned brimming with energy in about 8 minutes. It went against common logic. He looked at the Taya Divine City's city lord questioningly, and he noticed the city lord looking at Ian thoughtfully. Song Yan had no idea what he was thinking. Ian stood on the divine wilderness stage with a sword and saber in each hand, looking down at the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors off stage. At this moment, Ian's body was covered with blood. The blood was both his and his enemies'. Although his clothes were torn and tattered, the aura he gave off was like that of the triumphant return of a king, looking down upon all men. Who else is there? Ian asked. He did not mean to shout, but his voice contained a lot of energy. This caused his words to echo throughout the arena. Who else is there? Who else is there? Who else is there? Hearing Ian's question, the audience held their breaths. Terrifying. A person with one saber and one sword managed to battle the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 15 proud children of heaven. And this generation of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom was a generation filled with talent that was not seen in the past century. Otherwise, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom's 7-star pagoda owner would not have proposed for the younger generation to fight it out to decide on the number of seats. However, under these circumstances, none of the proud children of the Yunlong Divine Kingdom dared to accept Ian's challenge to fight. Now, all the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were in complete silence. This overall group match was like facing a humanoid primordial species when they faced Ian. Ian's strength, endurance, and ability to endure pain was incredulous. Not only did he easily defeat Qian Shui, and then defeat Feng Lin and Bai in 2 intense battles, he had even defeated the 2 Morong brothers in a split second when they took the opportunity to challenge Ian when he was at his limits. A terrifying opponent like Ian made them struggle to muster the courage. He seemed to have an endless amount of power. It made people feel a sense of despair. It was impossible beating him. At that moment, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors were looking at each other, yet none of them dared to go on stage. What a joke! Wasn't one courting death to fight against this humanoid primordial species? The Morong brothers were the perfect example. Especially Morong Fei. His injuries were worse than Morong Wang's. He had 2 holes left in his body and he lost an arm. His life was nearly on doorsteps of death. Although he still had a breath of life left, he was crippled. It was clear that he would be left behind by the elites at his level. His talent would drop down a level. With such a heavy price, who was willing to fight Ian? Yunlong Divine Kingdom, is there no one willing to fight? The referee asked again. The audience all looked at the remaining 9 Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors. These 9 people were suddenly the focus of attention. However, it did not feel good being the focus of attention at this moment. Being defeated by others was originally embarrassing, but now, they were the type that did not even fight. It was even more embarrassing. Against all the stares of everyone, the 9 of them seemed to be sitting on pins and needles. They simply wished that they could turn into a pile of S***T. At least in that case, no one would focus on them. They really regretted participating in this alliance tournament. Many of them had not even fought once. In the young adult division matches, they had no chance to fight because they were too strong. In the overall group match, they still had no chance to fight because they were too weak. The 9 of them evaded the gazes of Yi Yun and the audience. It was clear that they were abandoning the battle. Seeing that the 9 of them were abandoning the battle, the Yunlong Divine Kingdom elders felt a sense of anger and pity. However, they knew that with Yi Yun completely recovered, having the 9 people go up would only result in them being battered. Ah! A Yunlong Divine Kingdom elder slapped his thigh. Having all the country's elites defeated by a single person felt frustrating. As for the Yunlong Divine Kingdom audience, they no longer had any feelings. All of them remained silent. Back when Yi Yun had defeated Feng Lin and by consecutively, they were still suppressing their fiery anger, but now, that fiery anger had been extinguished by a basin of water. Originally, they had wanted to say that the top geniuses of their Yunlong Divine Kingdom was just weaker than Yi Yun by a bit, and they won in numbers. However, now that those geniuses had been defeated by a single Yi Yun even with their numbers, what else could be said? Since that is the case, I shall announce that the overall group champion belongs to the Tai A Divine Kingdom. On the Divine Wilderness stage, the referee announced excitedly. As a Tai A Divine City law enforcer, he too felt extremely excited. With the referee's announcement, the Tai A Divine Kingdom warriors began to scream wildly. Yi Yun! Yi Yun! If not for the law enforcers' maintained order, they would have rushed up the stage to lift Yi Yun up. This victory was definitely not easy. The battle process was intense and difficult. It was nearly all fought by Yi Yun alone. He had used all his energy to the point of overextending himself. We won. Chu Xiaoran exhaled. She looked at Yi Yun with eyes full of admiration and curiosity. Originally, when Yi Yun asked her to draw out the time, she did not believe that Yi Yun could recover to near peak conditions in such a short period of time. What did he do? Senior brother Yi, you're awesome. When Yi Yun walked off the Divine Wilderness stage, the Tai A Divine City competitors, the juniors, and when you all gathered to congratulate him. They had overjoyed expressions and they were extremely excited. Although they were only there to make up the numbers for this tournament, they had at least gone on stage. And it was not meaningless, they had collectively managed to gain some time for Yi Yun. Seeing these juniors reveal smiles that came right from the heart, Yi Yun finally relaxed his high-strung nerves. He smiled, it wasn't just me alone. Yi Yun had meant to refer to someone else, but these group of juniors naturally did not realize that. They thought that Yi Yun was referring to them. Even though they liked to brag occasionally, they did not feel comfortable stealing the credit at this moment. They scratched their heads and said sheepishly, Senior Yi, you are too modest. What we did was nearly nothing. Yi Yun smiled and did not explain. He knew Luo Hor did not want to proclaim this. He casually looked towards the audience stands and saw a red figure hiding in the corner. Her elbow was propped onto a railing with her hand cupping her chin. This young girl was naturally Luo Hor, and beside her was her maid-servant Donger. Humph. This fellow sure is C*CKY. Without me, he wouldn't be able to be so spirited. Luo Hor said in a pissed-off manner. She was the type that liked to show off, but due to her family's secret, she had no choice but to stay low-key, otherwise, her father would scold her. This feeling of being a hero behind the scenes did not feel good. Indeed, indeed. Miss is the best. Donger nodded to praise Luo Hor hurriedly. She was afraid that if she was any slower, Luo Hor would pinch her face again. Chapter 344, Meeting the City Lord. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Although the Alliance tournament had ended, the audience still cheered, with each wave louder than the other. The Tai A Divine City warriors were too excited and they could not stop at all. The glory belonged to the Tai divine city today, and it belonged to Yi Yun even more. Yi Yun stood on the divine wilderness stage with his eyes closed as the waves of cheers roared. Although this cheering was intoxicating, Yi Yun was not enjoying the cheers. He was trying to gain some insights. In the battle with Fenglin, Yi Yun had gathered new insight on the sword intent when he used the Pure Yang Sword Palace sword intent, and that brought some changes to Yi Yun's dantian. Following that, Yi Yun drank the Golden Crow species' blood. In the intense battle, the Golden Crow species' blood slowly merged with Yi Yun's blood, forming a harmony in his body. And in the battle with Bai, this harmony reached an extreme. Yi Yun's understanding was continuously being accumulated and increased. Finally, when Luo Hora healed him, the cool energy that entered Yi Yun made his meridians harmonize and clear. It was as if he was going to break through soon. He could vaguely feel his body's Yuan Qi slowly gathering towards his dantian, and slowly binding together. Yi Yun knew that once the Yuan Qi bound and condensed together, he would be entering the Yuan Foundation realm. Yuan Foundation was the foundation for a warrior to climb to the peak of martial arts. Yi Yun. Song Yan jumped down from the elder stands. You little kid, you grew that much by being out for less than a year. Song Yan looked at Yi Yun, but he felt the more he looked at him, the more he didn't understand. It was amazing how Yi Yun had come this far. Senior Song Yan. Yi Yun bowed. The city lord wants to meet you, Song Yan suddenly said. Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Meet the city lord? Yi Yun nodded and said, I got it. I had gained several insights in the battles before. In 2 hours' time, I'll meet the city lord. It was rare for warriors to gain insight. The insights gained from a close fight were especially valuable. If one did not strike while the iron was hot to convert the insights into one's strength, then these insights would fade away after a period of time. All right. Feel at ease while digesting them. There's no need to rush to meet the city lord. Song Yan didn't seem to mind. Now, the more he looked at Yi Yun, the more he liked him. Yi Yun not only had gained seats for the Tai Divine Kingdom, but he had gained glory for the Tai Divine City. It also gave Song Yan a life goal. At Song Yan's stage, his position and status was pretty much at the peak of the Tai Divine Kingdom. However, it was all meaningless to Song Yan. He was on the path of pursuing martial arts, but due to his age, his potential had been expended, so he could not go further anymore. Even with his martial arts at its end, Song Yan still wished to pursue other things. Song Yan also wanted to leave a name in history. For so many years in the history of the Tai Divine Kingdom, there had been so many sages since ancient times. In that long river of history, Song Yan was not outstanding. However, if he were to groom Yi Yun well, then it would be different. He could make history from achieving this feat. The news of Yi Yun defeated all the Yunlong Divine Kingdom warriors, and winning first place in the overall group match for the Tai Divine Kingdom was immediately spread like the wind through various channels the moment the tournament was over. All sorts of long-distance arrays, jade scrolls and letters were used. Soon, Yi Yun was the most dazzling person in the Tai Divine Kingdom. Numerous factions paid attention to Yi Yun. And countless numbers of young warriors treated Yi Yun as an idol. His achievements were really amazing. Besides, he was still young, so his future was limitless. At that moment, Yi Yun was in his residence, having just finished 2 hours of meditation. Bit by bit, he clarified his understandings as he consolidated his foundations and cultivation level. Yi Yun felt that he had reached a critical point. He was close to breaking through to the Yuan Foundation realm. It's time to meet the city lord. Yi Yun stood up and calmed his mind. Against the Tai Divine City lord, Yi Yun did not feel at ease. He knew that in a while, he would be questioned a lot. Outside the door, 3 law enforcers had been waiting all that time. Are you ready? A peak human lord cultivation level law enforcer, who was usually cold, now turned respectful when he met Yi Yun. Yes. Yi Yun nodded. He followed the three law enforcers all the way to the top of the central divine tower. In the middle of the central divine tower, there was a vertical tunnel. And in the tunnel, there was a spirit boat powered by relics. Yi Yun rode the spirit boat together with the three law enforcers, flying to the top of the tower. The Taiya Divine City's City Lord residence was located at the 99th floor of the central divine tower. This level had only 3 other heaven-graded rooms other than the City Lord's residence. These 3 rooms were provided to guests. For example, people from neighboring countries of equal level to the Taiya Divine City's City Lord or the Taiya Divine Kingdom's Emperor would use these rooms. The City Lord residence was situated in the middle of the 3 heaven-graded rooms. There was a large plaque on the door, and on it there were 2 large carved words, Taiya. This plaque was written by the first Taiya Divine City's City Lord himself. It had experienced the test of time. When Yi Yun walked over, the door to the City Lord residence opened automatically. Yi Yun adjusted his breathing before he walked in. He entered a brightly lit hall after walking through the doors. Yi Yun saw a middle-aged scholar standing between some columns. His hands were held behind his back as he was admiring a picture. This picture looked very strange. It had some abstract red lines that stretched endlessly. It looked like smeared-out blood. Just looking at this picture gave one an extremely unpleasant feeling. Although Yi Yun vaguely knew what the picture was, he did not ask. He stood silently behind the City Lord. This was the first time he met the Taiya Divine City's City Lord. It was not convenient for him to ask too much. The middle-aged scholar looked for a long while before he turned around to look at Yi Yun. City Lord. Yi Yun bowed. The middle-aged scholar smiled. Yi Yun, can you tell me how you mastered the Myriad Beast Totem? Yi Yun had already expected that the middle-aged scholar would ask him that. He thought through his words before explaining how he met the Pure Yang spirit, and being unable to do anything to it, he met the Golden Crow species. He then witnessed the fight between the 2 Pure Yang beings. Later on, he mentioned how he used the protective charm Su Jie gave him. He managed to use the protective charm to resolve his crisis, and then, how he finally killed the Golden Crow species. Everything Yi Yun said was the truth, without any lies. There were only some things that he did not reveal. The City Lord nodded. I see. In the way you describe it, it's indeed a very good opportunity. However, I guess, that isn't all the opportunities you have encountered, right? The middle-aged scholar was hinting at something, causing Yi Yun's heart to beat fast. Yi Yun, you don't have to be nervous. The middle-aged scholar laughed. No matter what you encountered in Fallen Stargate, all of them belong to you. As a junior, you risked your life to obtain them. If I were to vie with you for it, then with my outlook and aspirations, I am not worthy of being a City Lord. The Taiya Divine City had stood for tens of millions of years. All these years, the Taiya Divine City had sages residing it. Elites often went out into the divine wilderness for training, so it was not uncommon for them to have a fortuitous event. If the Divine City's sage-level elders fought for the fortuitous events every genius encountered, then it would be chaos. If this went on, the Taiya Divine Kingdom would have been destroyed in a short period of time. The middle-aged man carried on. At my stage, the chances of me breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is infinitely tiny. No matter how big a fortuitous opportunity it is, it would be very difficult. As I have expended a large amount of my potential, the gap from the peak of the Sage realm to the Great Emperor realm is like a divine moat. It is impossible for me to cross it, so you do not worry about me coveting your possessions. And even if it were you, with a large fortuitous opportunity, it would be extremely difficult to break through to the Great Emperor realm. If you were managed to do so, it will be a huge blessing for the Taiya Divine Kingdom and me. When the middle-aged scholar said this, he suddenly felt an endless amount of emotions. Yi Yun, many of your accomplishments now are unprecedented in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. However, when placed in some factions which you can't even imagine, it is probably nothing. Now, you have gained insights on the saber tomb and the sword tomb, you managed to master the Taya sacred technique in tens of days, and you mastered the myriad beast totem. All these achievements have surprised me. However, it is just a surprise. This is because I know that in your current state, you have a chance of becoming a great emperor in the future. But when placed in that vast world, so what? This world is too big. You are not the only young person who I have not been able to see through. For example, the Luo horror who healed you of your injuries may have achievements in the future that far exceed you. When the middle-aged scholar suddenly said this, Ian felt alarmed. The middle-aged scholar knew that Luo horror had healed his injuries. Indeed, although Luo horror had chosen a concealed area to heal him, with the middle-aged scholar's means, he probably had methods to track him and Luo horror with his perception, seeing the process of Luo horror healing him. You don't have to worry. Regarding that young lady, I have no intentions in investigating her. She comes from a very huge faction. I also do not think that faction has any machinations on the Taya Divine Kingdom, so I am not too concerned. The middle-aged scholar turned away slightly as he spoke. Again, he looked at the blood picture behind him. The Taya Divine Kingdom is like a tiny leaf in this world. It is extremely rare for it to stand for so long. In the future, it has every possibility to capsize, for example this crisis we are facing now. Yun quietly listened to the city lord's words. He could feel the temperament of a leader from the middle-aged man. What concerned the middle-aged scholar the most was the future of the Taya Divine Kingdom. City Lord, are you referring to the shepherd boy? Yun asked cautiously. Maybe. The middle-aged scholar sighed. This picture you see in front of you was drawn by a sage from the imperial city. He expended a few hundred years of his lifespan to use the Taya compass to draw divination picture. Chapter 345, Great Expectations. Taya compass? Yun knew about this item. It was one of the most important items of the Taya Divine Kingdom. Back when the phenomenon of the purple cloud's birth happened, the Taya Divine Kingdom had used the Taya compass to search for treasures. In fact, the Taya compass was used to search for treasures most of the time. As a result, citizens usually called it a treasure compass. What were the results of the divination? Yun asked. The result was extreme calamity. The expression of the middle-aged scholar turned serious. Actually, before the divination was made, I had an ominous feeling. I too am not able to predict the future. The middle-aged scholar shook his head. The future was filled with mysteries. It was too difficult to catch a glimpse of the future with the cultivation level of a sage. He was only able to get a vague premonition. Shepherd boy. Yun did not know what to feel. Originally, when the shepherd boy appeared, the Taya Divine Kingdom only became alarmed. They had contacted the alliance countries to prepare for battle. As to whether there really would be a real beast horde or not, it was still an unknown. People hoped that they were alarmed for no reason. However, from the words of the Taya Divine City's city lord, one could tell that the Taya Divine Kingdom was likely to soon face a crisis. Yun recalled the time when he met the shepherd boy. He found it hard to believe that such a peaceful-looking and delicate youth, who looked like a regular country farm boy, was actually a demonic person that had killed countless people. His appearance was accompanied by a bloodstorm. What sort of person was he? Yun, the future of the Taya Divine Kingdom is unknown. This divine kingdom has existed for too long and I can feel a trace of apathy. I cannot see the future of the divine kingdom, but I can guess that this crisis might be a chance for the Taya Divine Kingdom to break and recreate itself. If it can survive this crisis, the divine kingdom will be reborn. If it cannot. The middle-aged scholar stopped in his words. Yun was alarmed upon hearing this. The situation was a lot more serious than he thought. Could such a big country be destroyed? Alright, let us not talk about this anymore. Yun, you have contributed the most this time. I will reward you. You are about to break through to the Yuan Foundation. Here, I have a elixir, something that you can use right now. As the city lord spoke, he took out a small porcelain vase and handed it over to Yi Yun. Yi Yun received the vase and removed the cap. A elixir in the color of dark red blood rolled out. Just holding the elixir made Yi Yun's hands feel hot. It was like he was holding a flame. Many years ago, I obtained a primordial herb. Its name is the Dragon Blood Lucidum. This primordial herb looks no different from normal lucidums. However, when you cut its roots or pileus, juice the color of blood will flow out, hence its name. The Dragon Blood Lucidum is extremely difficult to catch, much harder than the Heaven Purple Yang Ginseng you obtained. I used it as the main drug to refine a Blood Yang elixir. Blood Yang elixirs are extreme Yang herbal items. You are cultivating the pure Yang laws, and with your fortuitous opportunities, you have now a partial pure Yang body. If you were to eat this Blood Yang elixir before you break through to the Yuan Foundation realm, it will benefit you greatly. To break through to the Yuan Foundation realm and using this Blood Yang elixir, a normal person might end up dying from his body exploding, ignoring the fact that it would be a waste. However, I believe that giving it to you will make the Blood Yang elixir be put to good use. At that time, I will give you a heaven-grade room in the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor to allow you to go into reclusive training to break through. The Blood Yang elixir will allow your Yuan Foundation realm to become even sturdier. Chapter 346, Attempt to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi Yun looked at the residence in front of him. It was several hundred square meters in area. There was an alchemy lab, a library, a guest hall, a bedroom and a cultivation room. All sorts of facilities were present. In the middle of the room, there was an expensive array that could gather heaven-earth Yuan Qi. It allowed a warrior to cultivate here for double the results with half the effort. This was the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor's heaven-grade room. The Central Divine Tower's 99th floor was only several thousand square meters in area. There were a total of 4 rooms on this floor. This room was not open to cultivators, but now, Yi Yun was allowed to stay here for an extended period of time. Just thinking back about a year when Yi Yun first entered the Taiya Divine City, Yi Yun would not even dream of entering the rooms in the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor. As Yi Yun was feeling mixed emotions, he suddenly heard a childlike feminine voice coming from behind him. Miss, wait for me." The voice sounded extremely familiar. After pausing for a while, Yi Yun turned his head and saw Luo Huer, dressed in a red gown with tall leather boots. She was surveying her surroundings, as if she was apartment hunting. And behind her was maid servant Donger. Poor Donger was born with 2 short legs, yet bags of all sizes were hung on her body. She gathered her breath every few steps. "Miss, slow down." Donger climbed the stairs, puffing and blowing. Usually, items like luggage could be placed in interspatial rings, but there were always things that weren't suitable to be placed within interspatial rings. For example, the potted plant that Donger was currently hugging. Living objects could not be placed in interspatial rings. Yi Yun even saw a cat hanging around Donger's neck. This cat looked like it was sleeping, comfortably shrinking in Donger's collar. "This room is a little better than the place we were staying." "Donger, put the things down," Luo Huer said in a satisfied manner. Donger seemed to be released of her burden. Without a second thought, she placed all the items on her body down. The cat also jumped down reluctantly. Only then did Yi Yun realize that this was not a normal cat, but a spirit beast of sorts. You have moved up here as well?" It was only then did Luo Huer see Yi Yun, who had walked into the middle of the room. She was somewhat surprised. Luo Huer had previously been summoned by the Taiya Divine City's city lord. She had received many benefits for no reason, and she was given permission to stay on the Central Divine Tower's 99th floor. Luo Huer was still feeling happy regarding this. However, she never expected that the moment she moved up here, she would see Yi Yun hanging around here. Now, Luo Hui'er no longer hated Yi Yun, but she was absolutely not fond of him. Just seeing this fellow inevitably reminded Luo Hui'er of some unpleasant experiences, including her healing Yi Yun not too long ago. As Luo Hui'er had no choice but to hug him, she felt somewhat pissed. Right, it's such a coincidence, Yi Yun said those words reluctantly. Thinking over it carefully, he felt that it was not strange that the city lord arranged for Luo Hui'er to move up to the central Divine Tower's 99th floor. The Taiya Divine Kingdom was going to face a major catastrophe, and Luo Hui'er's status was special. The city lord was not having any hopes that the faction behind Luo Hui'er would save the Taiya Divine Kingdom, but it was definitely not wrong to establish good relations with Luo Hui'er. Taking a step back, it was clear that having good relations with her was meaningless. However, as long as Luo Hui'er stayed on the central Divine Tower's 99th floor, in the event that the beast horde invaded the city, Luo Hui'er's family clan would naturally not sit idle. They would definitely send someone to the Taiya Divine Kingdom's central Divine Tower. At that moment, to Yi Yun, it could be life-saving. When Yi Yun thought of this, he gradually understood that the city lord was using Luo Hui'er's status as a shield. Why? You seem quite reluctant to be my neighbor? Luo Hui'er's small mouth puckered. Yi Yun hurriedly shook his head. How could that be? I still need to thank you for healing me. That's more like it. The corners of Luo Hui'er's mouth curled up slightly. She sat down on a chair casually and indulged in the comfort of the chair as she said, "This place is still acceptable, although it's worse than the home I used to live in." Hearing Luo Hui'er's words, Yi Yun rolled his eyes. Although Luo Hui'er liked to brag, Yi Yun did not doubt her when she said that this place was worse than her home. He never figured out what Luo Hui'er was doing in the Taiya Divine City. If one considered that she was here to engage in a mission, ignoring the fact that the Taiya Divine Kingdom wasn't some high-grade place, it was difficult to have something that could attract those super factions. And even if there really was such an object, it was illogical for them to send Luo Hui'er, a precious daughter who had not fully matured, to carry out the mission. I'll be staying here. Luo Hui'er had finished appraising the room. Yi Yun was rendered speechless. He initially meant to say that he had chosen this room, but he decided to let it pass, especially after seeing little Donger carrying items of all sorts of sizes. She was puffing and blowing as she placed items everywhere, so there was no such need. There was no difference changing to another room. Yi Yun bade farewell and chose the heaven-grade room next door. He needed to seize every opportunity to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Besides not knowing when the calamity would befall, Yi Yun knew that with his strength, it was like an insignificant wave in a storm if the calamity was anything as terrifying as what the city lord had foretold. If he could increase his strength, even by just a tiny bit, it would allow him to have a bit more control over his destiny. Yi Yun entered the room's cultivation area and closed the stone door. This cultivation area was one of the cores of the large Yuan Qi array in the Taiya Divine City. The heaven-earth Yuan Qi was so dense in here that it nearly condensed into liquid droplets. Yi Yun touched his interspatial ring and a red elixir appeared in his palm. It was the Blood Yang elixir. With the Blood Yang elixir in his hands, Yi Yun felt like he was holding a flame. The Blood Yang elixir was refined from a primordial herb. It contained stunning amounts of pure Yang herbal essence in it. Usually, normal purple blood realm cultivators could not absorb it. Even Yuan Foundation realm warriors would not dare to directly consume the Blood Yang elixir. They would usually immerse the Blood Yang elixir in water, and drink the elixir water several times, like they were drinking tea. However, by doing so, the elixir would begin to lose its essence the first time it was immersed in water. It would result in a tremendous waste. Yi Yun did not need to consider all of that. He had the purple crystal and an incomplete pure Yang body. Hence, swallowing the Blood Yang elixir wholly was not a difficult task. However, to completely digest it, he needed several months. These several months would be the several months Yi Yun needed to attempt to break through into the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi Yun adjusted his breathing, allowing his heart and mind to calm down completely. He sat there silently for 4 hours, allowing his mind to be as still as water. Following that, Yi Yun swallowed the blood yang elixir. The blood yang elixir was a medicinal item with extreme yang essence. It was like a flame in his hands, so when he swallowed it, it felt like swallowing a piece of iron. Yi Yun immediately felt a fire burn within his body. This heat burned the insides of Yi Yun's body. Yi Yun was prepared for it as he pressed his both hands on his dantian and endured the pain. With his spiritual energy interfaced with the purple crystal, he slowly began guiding all the blood yang elixir's energy out of the elixir. A large portion of energy was stored in the purple crystal, while a small portion of the energy was infused into Yi Yun's meridians and blood vessels as it spread throughout his body. All this energy that flowed in his meridians brought a burning sensation to every end of Yi Yun's body. The energy fused into his bone marrow as Yi Yun felt his blood begin to boil. His body was completely drenched in sweat as his skin turned as red as blood. He looked as if he was completely cooked. Water vapor, strands of blood and sticky gray impurities started to discharge from his pores. Yi Yun felt like his body was a burning furnace as all the key points of his body spat fire out. It was an indescribable pain. Back then, Yi Yun had experience absorbing the golden crow species beast mark, and now although it was extremely painful absorbing the blood yang elixir, it did not hurt his meridians that much. Or else to cultivate while healing his wounds would be troublesome. Seconds changed to minutes until the pain slowly reduced after 2 hours. Yi Yun's body was completely covered in blood strands and sticky impurities. Having suffered pain for a long time, Yi Yun's face was pale and both his hands trembled. However, Yi Yun did not mind any of this. He could feel that all of his yuan qi had been injected into his dantian. His dantian was accumulating more and more yuan qi as it gradually settled down. This was the beginning stages of the Yuan Foundation. This change made Yi Yun overjoyed. He could feel his power rising as his strength increased. Yi Yun was currently in a state known as being in the half-step Yuan Foundation realm. He could be considered as a person who had one step through the Yuan Foundation realm's door. Half-step Yuan Foundation was not considered as an actual realm, and it was just a transitional zone. People at the peak of Purple Blood Realm might never be able to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm all their lives, but for those who reached half-step Yuan Foundation, they would break through to the Yuan Foundation realm in a short period of time. At this moment, there was still a lot of the blood yang elixir's medicinal essence left. Yi Yun still felt his body burning and it felt as if he would be burnt to death if he did not vent it out. Yi Yun decided to accomplish with one effort as he carried on absorbing the blood yang elixir energy in the purple crystal as he compressed it into his dantian. For the second time, the burning pain had significantly decreased. Yi Yun was ready as he went through it step by step. It was a long, arduous, and painful process. Day after day passed by as the clothes on Yi Yun's body had been completely drenched thoroughly by his sweat, blood strands, and impurities. It could no longer be worn, so he took off his clothes and cultivated completely naked. With each energy cycle, the pain reduced in intensity while Yi Yun felt the energy in his Yuan Foundation grow stronger. In the end, Yi Yun felt as if his dantian was about to explode. This feeling made Yi Yun feel a bit flustered. The amount of energy his dantian could endure seemed to reach a critical value. At this moment, if he carried on extracting the blood yang elixir's energy from the purple crystal, he might encounter danger. The main reason was that the blood yang elixir was after all an elixir that exceeded what purple blood realm warriors could withstand. The amount of energy Yi Yun used to break through to the Yuan Foundation realm far exceeded other warriors. After some consideration, Yi Yun felt that breaking through in one go was the best option, or else, by lacking that tiny bit, his breakthrough would not be perfect. Gritting his teeth, Yi Yun extracted large amounts of blood yang elixir energy from the purple crystal. When this energy entered his dantian, Yi Yun felt his body become a volcano. Due to all the energy he had compressed in it, everything exploded. A blast of heat flowed through Yi Yun's body. His meridians seemed to burst open. Yi Yun's blood vessels seemed to bulge like worms. After trying his best, he managed to compress all the energy back into his dantian. Boom! His dantian quaked, causing him to feel a wave of heat flood into his mind. The flood caused his mind and body to separate, and with a quake in his mind, he passed out. Author's note: haven't thought through some of the future plot points yet. There will be 1 update today, and 3 updates tomorrow to make up for it. Chapter 347, Alerting Bell. After an unknown period of time, Yi Yun woke up in a groggy state. He opened his eyes and found that his body was covered in a sticky substance. The Blood Yang Elixir's energy was too violent for a purple Blood Realm warrior. Back when the City Lord gave him the Blood Yang Elixir, he did it with the intention of letting Yi Yun use water to dissolve it and slowly drink it. However, Yi Yun had swallowed it all in one mouthful. I actually fainted. Looks like that really exceeded the limits my dantian could take. Yi Yun took a few deep breaths and slowly calmed his mind. He then checked his dantian and was stunned on probing it. He was surprised to find that the Yuan Qi had condensed together in his dantian. It had completely solidified. This was the mark of the Yuan Foundation realm. He had finally broken through to the Yuan Foundation realm. Yi Yun was delighted. It had been nearly 2 years since he began practicing martial arts. Mortal Blood Realm warriors were not considered martial artists. The Purple Blood Realm was the beginning steps of a martial artist. It was the transitional zone between mortal and warrior. And now, with the Yuan Foundation realm, he was at the actual beginning. He had laid the foundation for his future martial arts path. As he slowly clenched his fists, Yi Yun realized that his body was filled with energy. This was the strength that came from having a deep cultivation level. With this, he would not be drained of all his strength, unable to fight after conjuring the Golden Crow species totem once. Even after breaking through to the Yuan Foundation, Yi Yun found that there was still an intermittent burning sensation within his body. There were still remnants of the Blood Yang Elixir's energy surging through his veins and meridians. It could very well make a resurgence. Yi Yun gave it some thought and decided to carry on cultivating by using this energy for his cultivation technique. And now, Yi Yun had the complete set of the Taiya Sacred Technique Jade Scrolls. This was the perfect opportunity for him to cultivate the Taiya Sacred Technique. Yi Yun took out the Divine Ebony box and from it, laid out the 9 Jade Scrolls. These 9 scrolls were the dreams of many elites in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Even amongst the members of the Taiya Divine Kingdom's royal family, only those who had extraordinary talent and the qualifications to become a prince, or even a divine emperor, had the right to cultivate with the complete set of the 9 original Jade Scrolls. Yi Yun took the first scroll up. This was the first volume of the Taiya Sacred Technique. Actually, Yi Yun had already mastered the first level of the Taiya Sacred Technique, but back then Yi Yun did not cultivate using the original version. Instead, he cultivated using a copy which was made by a Taiya Divine Kingdom sage who had great accomplishments in the Taiya Sacred Technique. A copy would naturally have some tiny differences from the original. Usually, these tiny differences would not affect anything, but Yi Yun still wanted to look at the original version. He wanted to see these tiny differences in the original cultivation technique, so that he could correct any unknown errors he might have. He could also look for greater inspiration from it. After taking the Jade Scroll in hand, Yi Yun sank his sense within it, and what he saw shocked him. Yi Yun had the purple crystal in his body, so he was very sensitive to the control of energy. He was surprised to find that, in his energy vision, every word and stroke in the Taiya Sacred Technique Jade Scroll contained a trace of energy. It was as if, after all this time, the energy traces had greatly weakened. However, they still existed. In contrast, in the Taiya Sacred Technique copy, there were no traces of energy. It looks like the person who created the Taiya Sacred Technique was far beyond the sage realm. Indeed, if it was a cultivation technique created by a sage, how could it become the foundation pillar of the Taiya Divine Kingdom? Ever since the Taiya Divine Kingdom was established, tens of millions of years ago, there had been a countless numbers of sages. Top sages were not lacking in numbers. Besides, there were even peerless sages such as the Taya Divine City's founding city lord, but he had never heard of any of them creating a cultivation technique that could match the Taya sacred technique. The sages of every Taya Divine Kingdom generation would attempt to add some improvements to the Taya sacred technique, however, these additions might not really be beneficial. At least, at a higher martial Dao realm, these additions might be meaningless. Yi Yun read through the Taya sacred technique and subconsciously became engrossed in it. He knew that the cultivation technique was only temporarily lent to him for studying. So if he did not take this opportunity to memorize more of it, he did not know when he would have the chance to read it again. So even though he could not completely understand the contents in the last few volumes of the Taya sacred technique, he still managed to store all of their contents in his mind. Month after month, time silently passed. Yi Yun did not know for how long he had been in this chamber. This day, he suddenly heard dang. Dang. Dang, the sound of metallic percussions. They were resounding like thunder across the Taya Divine City. Yi Yun's chamber was soundproof, and would be nearly completely isolated with the chamber door closed. Under normal circumstances, there would be absolute silence inside the chamber. However, there was one sound in the Taya Divine City that could transmit directly into the chamber. That was the sound from the Divine Wilderness Bell. This Divine Wilderness Bell was a magical treasure. It could only be rung by a person with a peak human lord cultivation level. Its sound could be delivered thousands of miles away, and even sound isolating arrays could not ward it off. The Divine Wilderness Bell has rung. Yi Yun was alarmed. The main purpose of the Divine Wilderness Bell in the Taya Divine City was to warn. It was only rung when an enemy was invading, when the safety of the Taya Divine City was being threatened. And the things that could threaten the Taya Divine City was few and far between. A typical small-sized beast horde would not even be able to come within 100,000 feet of the Taya Divine City, so there was no need to ring the Divine Wilderness Bell. In fact, it was said that the Divine Wilderness Bell had not been rung in the past millennium. Could it be? A dark cloud shrouded Yi Yun's heart. He rushed out of his own residence and immediately met Luo Huer, who also came running out of her residence. "Miss, what has happened?" Dong'er was plugging her tiny ears as she nervously asked. Outside of the residences, the chimes of the Divine Wilderness Bell were even more ear-shattering. If one's cultivation level was lacking, it would cause one's organs to resonate with the bell chimes, making it quite unpleasant. This should be the Divine Wilderness Bell. Luo Huer, in contrast, was not worried. She found it novel to hear the bell for the first time. "Yi Yun, come to the city gates." At this moment, a solemn voice rang in Yi Yun's ear. This voice belonged to the city lord. Yi Yun glanced at Luo Huer. From her expression he could tell that she had received a similar message. "Let's go." Yi Yun pushed open the central Divine Tower's outer door and followed the tower's sloping emergency passage staircase, running down the tower. When Yi Yun came out of the central Divine Tower, he realized that in the past months of his reclusive training, the Taya Divine City had changed and was no longer the same. The Divine City's four walls were shimmering with several defense arrays. Piles of bone relics were stored in large metal boxes as the source of energy for the arrays. These were the strategic reserves of the Taya Divine Kingdom. They were all taken out in times of need. There were several catapults installed all along the city's four corners. Amongst these catapults was the legendary Primal Divine Crossbow. The Primal Divine Crossbow was driven by a huge array. More than 10 human lords had to combine their forces in order to control one Primal Divine Crossbow. The crossbow used the primal arrows Yi Yun saw the first time he entered the Taya Divine City. They were 4 meters long and every arrow was made out of a special metal. The cost of their construction was high and they weighed 1,000,000 jin. Back then, Yi Yun and the other recruits had all failed to pierce into the purple tungsten wall using the primal arrows. Even Yi Yun failed the first time he tried. Although he could lift the primal arrow, he was still not able to steadily pierce it. Releasing his hand made the arrow fall to the ground. Because of these experiences, this terrifying weapon was still fresh in Yi Yun's mind. This was a weapon that could even threaten primordial species. With so many human lords and sages in the city, and with the support from other factions, the Taiya Divine City's combat strength was rather terrifying. Yi Yun walked straight ahead and found that there were a lot more warriors in the Taiya Divine City compared to before. The cultivation levels of these warriors were mostly at human lord. They came from all sorts of factions, and were the backbones of several large factions. These human lords were all dressed in armor, with their weapons in hand. All of them looked solemn. No one could rest easy against the legendary shepherd boy who nearly annihilated the Shintu family clan. Yi Yun could feel a thick warlike atmosphere coming from those people. This time, it was no longer a battle on a stage, but a real life and death battle. Winning allowed you to stay alive, while losing most likely meant complete annihilation. When Yi Yun reached the city gates, a lot of people had already gathered there. They were sages of factions from all over. They were all standing above the city gate. Yi Yun saw Song Yan, Jian Ge, and his quasi-master Grandmaster Yue Hua. They slightly nodded at Yi Yun and did not say a word. They were all focusing on something far into the distance. Yi Yun even saw the Taiya Divine City's city lord, who was now standing with the 7-star pagoda owner. They were discussing something. Yi Yun did not bother the city lord and instead walked over to Song Yan, who looked relatively free. Is it the shepherd boy? Song Yan did not look back as he carried on looking at the distant horizon. This old man that was usually laughing now had a serious face. He nodded. It should be. We have outposts deployed in a radius of 1,500 kilometers from the Divine City. Just now, a scout from one of the outposts transmitted the news of a large-scale beast horde emerging. Later on, nothing came from him. It's most likely that he has already given his life for his country. Song Yan's tone sounded bleak when he said that. Died for his country? Yi Yun's heart sank. Everyone knew that being a scout was extremely dangerous. The first person to die was the scout when a beast horde happened. However, a person had to go. This was war. There was no choice in the matter. Song Yan said, "Now, the city lord has ordered all scouts from the outposts to retreat to the Taiya Divine City. With the beast horde's speed, it would probably appear within 2 hours." 2 hours? Yi Yun looked at the sky. Everyone in the Taiya Divine City had been activated. Clearly, while he was in reclusive training, these warriors protecting the Divine City had experienced numerous exercises. Now, although everyone were somewhat worried, no one panicked. Catapults after catapults were raised. The large arrays on the city walls were activated. The airspace above the Taiya Divine City was enveloped by a colorful, lit-up haze. Those were the light beams of the array. Chapter 348, Giant Turtle. Above the city walls, Yi Yun saw Bai and Fenglin. The two of them nodded slightly at Yi Yun without a word. Yi Yun also saw many people that were the enemy during the alliance tournament. At this moment, they were all standing shoulder to shoulder in arms. To these factions, situating the battlefield to the Taiya Divine City was better than spreading the flames of war to their own land. The air seemed to freeze as the atmosphere became graver than ever before. A huge hourglass was placed above the city walls as a way of keeping time. There was a distance of 1,500 kilometers from the outpost where the scout was located to the Taiya Divine City. It was a human estimation that it would take the beast horde 2 hours to arrive. It was not necessarily exact. However, it was not too far off. With an hourglass keeping track of time, it allowed people to mentally prepare. Yi Yun stood on the city walls as he watched the sand quietly flow. He felt that what was seeping downwards was not sand but fresh lives. Once the beast horde came, it was unknown how many lives would disappear like the sand. "Shepherd boy, what sort of person are you?" Why did you conjure the beast horde that could wipe out life? After an unknown period of time, the sky started to darken. It was as if a dark cloud obscured the sun. Eons gazed far into the distance and suddenly noticed a gray blur in the far horizon. It was like a layer of haze. Sandstorm. Someone suddenly said. The gray haze was sand that was being lifted into the air in the far horizon. There were endless amounts of sand, and concealed by the sandstorm were tiny, blurry figures. They were moving on the ground, but they were not sand. It was the beast horde. From a lofty height, looking several hundred miles out, even large desolate beasts, the size of buildings, would look as tiny as dust. Beast horde. The beast horde is here. People could feel the ground shaking. The beast horde's gallop transmitted the tremors from several hundreds of miles away straight to the Tai Divine City. It was really like an earthquake, formed from the running of countless numbers of desolate beasts. At this moment, people saw a large blurry figure looming in the sky. It became even clearer amongst the kicked-up sandstorm. What is that? Someone said in horror. The figure was so large that it made people chatter with fear. Boom! 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 The terrifying sounds transmitted all over in clear tremors accompanied them to the Tai Divine City. It was like huge meteors were crashing to the ground. The phantom image slowly walked out of the sandstorm. People could finally see it clearly. It turned out to be an extremely huge turtle. Its head was in the shape of a dragon, while its body was covered by its turtle shell. The rumbling noises were from its footsteps. Every step it made the Tai Divine City feel a tremor. Heavens! The people on the city walls were appalled. With hundreds of miles of distance separating them, with them at an altitude of 100,000 feet, this angle made 4 5-story high behemoths look like tiny specks of dust. However, this huge turtle nearly filled the entire horizon with its humongous body. Every track in the divine turtle's shell was as big as a city. Its limbs were as thick as a mountain. With each step it took, the ground and mountains would shake, causing the heaven and earth to tremor. There was such an existence in this world? What was it? A desolate beast? Even the sages present were shocked. They had previously killed primordial species in the divine wilderness, but compared to this divine turtle, the primordial species they killed were like nothing. Yi Yun, who was above the city walls, was equally shocked. There were too many unknown existences in this world. It far exceeded the limits of his imagination. For example, the divine turtle before his eyes and the bronze giant he saw in the Pyongyang Sword Palace that could split a world apart using a halberd. Against such existences, the current him was still too tiny. This giant turtle comes from the deep parts of the divine wilderness? A human sage alarmedly asked. He never knew that there was such an existence in the divine wilderness. Even historical books had no such records. Only a few books, with all sorts of bizarre information, recorded such a giant turtle, but those books were usually categorized as myths and legends. I do not know, the divine wilderness is too big. We do not know what is within it. Primordial species are not the peak existence of the divine wilderness, but is it pointless to discuss this any further? Look at the giant turtle's head. A sage said, and everyone looked towards the divine turtle's head. The eyesight of warriors was extremely good. Furthermore, using all sorts of mystic techniques, people could see that on top of the mountain-like turtle's head, there was clearly a person sitting there. He was dressed in a green shirt, wore a hairband on his head and held a piccolo in his hand. A composed smile was hanging on his face. From his expression, it looked as if he was not standing on the head of a giant turtle whose body was situated within a beast horde that could annihilate a country. Instead, he looked as if he was having a lavish field trip. Shepherd boy. Someone said with a trembling voice. This name was now a nightmare for the Tai Divine Kingdom and the other 3 large factions. It really is him. People were terrified. Previously, it was said that the appearance of the shepherd boy would set off a bloodstorm, but no one had any concept of how strong the shepherd boy was. Until they now saw the shepherd boy themselves. The shepherd boy clearly did not emit an ounce of yuan qi energy, nor did he release any pressure. He looked no different from an ordinary teenager, but just by facing him, people inexplicably felt immense pressure. And the giant turtle he was sitting on stalled one's breaths. A feeling of not being able to use force against the shepherd boy and the beast horde grew in the people's minds. Could they really withstand this beast horde? Would they die here? These thoughts flashed past through the minds of many people. Lately, the words beast horde had been thrown around a lot. When people thought about it, they only thought of a beast horde that was larger in scale, by a few times, compared to the usual beast hordes. That there might be plenty of primordial species which would make the battle extremely bloody. However, they never expected that the beast horde conjured by the shepherd boy would be this terrifying. Just the giant turtle alone far exceeded the scope of primordial species. City Lord. Some of the Tai Divine City sages gathered around the Tai Divine City's City Lord. All of them looked solemn. Beads of sweat were even oozing out of their foreheads. The Yunlong Divine Kingdom sages similarly gathered around the 7-star pagoda owner. Against such an enemy, they were at a loss. How would they be able to withstand this? Boom! 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 The divine turtle's footsteps were slow, but every step it took crossed a distance of tens of miles. It just needed to take tens of steps before it would have traversed the distance from the horizon to the Tai Divine City. Every footstep it left behind in the divine wilderness would form a large lake when it rained in the future. With the divine turtle approaching, the tremors the Tai Divine City felt became more and more obvious. At this time, the melodious tune of a piccolo could be heard across the vast divine wilderness. Several hundred miles were not enough to block off the piccolo's tune. The piccolo's tune slowly emerged, flowing like water in the air as it resounded inside everyone's ears. People held their breaths. The piccolo's tune could be heard everywhere. Even the loud trampling of the beast horde could not drown it. He is the shepherd boy. We were too naive. On the Yunlong Divine Kingdom side, the 7-star pagoda owner bitterly smiled. An unknown feeling arose in his heart. At this moment, the divine turtle was just tens of miles away from the Tai Divine City. The giant turtle, with its head lifted, exceeded the Tai Divine City in altitude. When people saw the large head, they felt as if there was a black mountain standing in front of the Tai Divine City. And the shepherd boy, who was standing on this mountain's peak, was lightly blowing on his piccolo. His green clothes were fluttering in the wind as he looked like a god. Currently, the shepherd boy was like his present position. High up, above all, looking down on everything. The Tai Divine City's City Lord looked up at the shepherd boy as he held a saber in hand. He gently sighed, "Song Yan, activate the backup plan." The City Lord's voice entered Song Yan's ears, making Song Yan quiver. "City Lord. There is no need to say anything. There is no time." As the City Lord said this, his body flew straight out. He flew out alone towards the shepherd boy. City Lord. People were greatly alarmed. Song Yan nearly jumped out of his skin. What was the City Lord doing? He was the backbone of the people. If the City Lord were to be lost at this moment, the consequences would be disastrous. However, no one could stop him at this moment. The City Lord was like a wisp of smoke as he appeared before the shepherd boy. He was just 1,000 feet away from him now. The shepherd boy looked at the middle-aged scholar and a smile formed on his lips. Chapter 349, I Cannot Dodge What Is Mine. The fierce winds howled as the Tai Divine City's City Lord looked at the shepherd boy from a distance while floating above the vast wilderness. The City Lord was situated beside the nostrils of the divine turtle. He felt as if the nostrils were two large volcano openings, spewing out hot air. The middle-aged scholar sighed. He had spent 90% of his life in the divine wilderness, yet he did not even know of the existence of such a terrifying behemoth being in the divine wilderness. It was quite tragic. Human, you seem to have something to say to me? The shepherd boy stood up from the divine turtle's head, with the piccolo in hand, smiling at the middle-aged scholar. You are pretty good. Even under the pressure of the long Gui * true spirit, you are still able to remain unruffled. For your cultivation level, it is extremely rare. At this moment, the middle-aged scholar held his saber as his clothes started fluttering violently in the turbulent winds. Long Gui true spirit, the middle-aged scholar gently shook his head. I see. When I traversed the divine wilderness, I did hear of people mentioning primordial spirits. Primordial species have a trace of the bloodline of an ancient divine beast, but it is extremely dilute, as such it is only known as a species. As for primordial spirits, the bloodlines they have inherited is much thicker than those of the primordial species. They can even manifest the shapes of the ancient sacred or divine beasts, hence they are called true spirits. Long Gui true spirit should be a descendant of Long Gui. The legendary Long Gui was a divine beast. It had a dragon's head and a turtle's body, and it was one of the 9 sons of the true dragon. The body of a Long Gui was huge, and its strength was limitless. It could even carry a star. Not bad. Although you are born in this remote land, your knowledge is not lacking. The shepherd boy was smiling even now. You are not human? The middle-aged scholar asked as he looked at the shepherd boy. He had always suspected so. The shepherd boy gently shook his head. No, I was born from the desolate race. My appearance may look no different from a human, but the difference is our sole ability to communicate with desolate beasts. Desolate race. Able to communicate with desolate beasts. Many of the warriors above the city walls had never heard of such a race. However, the middle-aged scholar knew. This world was not limited only to the human race. There were other races as well. And amongst those races, there were some whose numbers exceeded that of humans. The desolate race. I see. May I ask you why you are annihilating my Taiya divine kingdom? Because I have something to do, the shepherd boy gently shook his head. I do not truly want to destroy Taiya, but unfortunately, the few countries around the divine wilderness are hindering me from doing what I want to do. As such, I can only annihilate. When the shepherd boy said words that played down on the matter, the hearts of the people on the divine city's walls jumped. You want to destroy a few countries just to do something. One had to know that there were trillions of lives in the countries surrounding the divine wilderness. He wanted to kill all of them with just a few simple words. You want to destroy trillions of lives just to do one thing? The middle-aged scholar's voice sank as he tightly clenched his saber. So what? The shepherd boy stroked his piccolo. All sorts of natural living things support the survival of humans, yet humans have never reciprocated that to the heavens. Humans have accepted the gifts from nature, but what they consider is forever their own interests. You have extracted from nature without constraint, and with your trillions of people, you have extracted even more. To survive, are you not killing living beings every second and every moment? And the numbers you kill are far greater in number than the number of humans. The world is heartless, it treats everything as lowly beings. In front of a stronger power, humans are no different from pigs and dogs. You can kill other living beings because you are strong. If other living beings kill you, it is because they are stronger. You can say that this is part and parcel of the heavenly Tao, survival of the fittest. Not only you, even large worlds can collapse, formation, existence, and then destruction, it is all a part of the heavenly Tao. When the shepherd boy said all this so frankly, the middle-aged scholar felt a chill. Although he did not wish to admit it, he had to agree that what the shepherd boy said was reasonable. With a higher heavenly Tao in front of them, so what if it were to destroy a trillion lives? When two stars collide, it too would kill trillions of lives. However, who would say that the stars were cruel? If that is the case, then there is nothing for us to negotiate on. The middle-aged scholar let out a long sigh. What should be destroyed will eventually be destroyed. The shepherd boy faintly said, "If you and your kind will leave this place, you may still survive. I appreciate you, and you should not be fated to die here. It is impossible for me to leave. I cannot dodge what is mine." The middle-aged scholar unsheathed his saber. The cold beam of the 4-foot-long saber seemed to freeze even the sunlight. On the divine city's walls, the 7-star pagoda owner also let out a long sigh as he took out a spear from his interspatial ring. Everyone could feel the difficulty of the upcoming battle. This was a battle to the death. It was fated that many of them would die here. "Ian, I'm taking you away." At the moment when swords were drawn and bows were strung, Song Yan's Yuan-Chi transmission entered Ian's ears. "What?" Yun was shocked. And at this moment, Song Yan's hand had already grabbed Ian's shoulder. It was not only Yun. Yao Dao, Yang Qian, the Yunlong Divine Kingdoms by Feng Lin, Shen Shui and company all had law enforcers and elders prepared to lead them away. "We are not fighting?" Fatty Chen Shui trembled as he spoke. His voice clearly shook. He was after all young, how could he have ever experienced a scene such as this? Against the shepherd boy and the humongous Longue, it would be a lie if Fatty said that he was not afraid. This level of existence could easily turn him into ash with the mere flick of its hand. Fatty was now in a dilemma. On one hand, he did not wish to stay in the Tai Divine City. If he could run away with his foot lubricated, that would be the best. However, he just found it too shameful to run away in the face of danger. After all, there were still plenty of people left defending the city. You are just sending yourselves to your graves by participating in the battle. It is completely meaningless. The city lord had previously instructed me to send all of you out of here in the event that the Tai Divine City cannot be secured. No matter which faction it was, their younger generations were their future. They could not be sacrificed for nothing. If their countries were to collapse, then their countries might still have a chance to reconstruct in the future when the younger generation grew up. Yun, Bai, and Feng Lin were silent. Everyone was always in a balance between ID and superego. They did not wish to escape in the face of danger, but they knew that it was meaningless to stay behind and die. Only Fatty Chen Shui seemed to be fearless. He gritted his teeth. "We are warriors. How can we leave our seniors here to fight while we leave?" Song Yan rolled his eyes unhappily at Fatty Chen Shui's righteousness and awe-inspiring speech. He was wise at his age, so how could he not have noticed that Fatty's face had turned white with fear previously? "Then you can stay behind while the others leave." Song Yan could not be bothered to speak nonsense with the cowardly Fatty. At this moment, time was of the essence, if not, these elites would never be able to leave. Fatty Chen Shui immediately shut up. His mouth gaped, but he could not utter a single word. Yun's expression turned solemn. At this moment, he was in no mood to ridicule Chen Shui. He said worriedly, "Senior Song Yan, letting us escape, are all of you already prepared to?" "Pooey. Pooey. Pooey." Song Yan interrupted Yun's speech midway. "What a foul mouth. If one can live, who the F***K would want to die?" In all of these years, the Tai Divine City has accumulated a large numbers of relics and strategic reserves. With the sword and saber tombs, large array, it can still defend for a while. We sages and human lords cannot retreat. The Tai Divine City is a stronghold that holds off the beast horde. If this city falls, then the beast horde will enter the Tai Divine Kingdom. Then there will be nothing to stop the horde as it goes straight ahead. Although I too want to run, I have already lived a long life. So, I still want my face. The Divine Kingdom has allowed me to reach the Sage Realm, so repaying them with my remaining few years of lifespan is not a loss on my part. However, all of you are different. Your survival is of the greatest value to the divine kingdom. When Song Yin said this, he suddenly let out a hearty laugh, asterisk 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 asterisk. What is yours will always be yours, what is not yours will never be yours no matter how hard you fight for it. Besides, I might not even die. As Song Yin spoke, he found that the words he said sounded like a will. He slapped his mouth, F asterisk asterisk K, why are my words becoming more and more ridiculous? By following the city lord's plan, we might even survive. Now, all of you, quickly leave. As Song Yin said this, he and another Yinlong Divine Kingdom elder began preparing to send the young cultivators away. Now was really not time to be hypocritical. Although the divine city had a large protective array, who knew if this large array could withstand the attack from the Longgui true spirit? Staying behind could even cause the Tai A divine city's city lord and the 7-star pagoda owner to be distracted. If they had to take time to protect them, then it would not be worth it. A short-distance teleportation array has been prepared on the first floor of the central divine tower. After you are sent away, there will be an airship waiting for you there. Other than Yiyun, Bai, and the other elites, even the other Tai A divine city cultivators were arranged to evacuate. More than 95% of the people like Wen Yu and other first-year cultivators had already been evacuated a month ago. Originally, Yiyun, Bai and the other elites were left behind in the hope of them being able to behold the scene of a beast horde to gain some experience. However, the developments had far exceeded the original expectations of the sages from the 4 large factions. Training in the beast horde was now something deemed impossible. The teleportation array was right in front of them as the cultivators that were left behind began walking towards it. Luo Horror sneaked into the crowd with her maidservant Donger, hoping to sneak through the teleportation array with her head lowered. And at the moment she walked before the teleportation array, she suddenly heard a dry cough. Miss Luo, please hold on. Eh? Luo Horror jumped with fright as she turned around only to see Song Yin smiling at her. WH. What? Luo Horror felt that this old man's smile was sinister. Sorry, the city lord has especially instructed that Miss Luo is not to leave. Why? Luo Horror was rendered speechless. Everyone could leave except her? Song Yin was also helpless. If not as a last resort, would a group of sages make it so difficult for a young lady? Miss Luo, I am also forced to do this. About this. Miss Luo, you should have a way to request help from your family clan, right? Translator's note, Long Gui is literally dragon turtle. Players of the Final Fantasy XIII trilogy might know it. Chapter 350, Leaving. Song Yin was certain that Luo Horror came from an impressive background. And Luo Horror seemed to be someone of importance in her family clan. Under these circumstances, it was unlikely that Luo Hoyer's family clan would leave her completely unprotected by letting her go to the Tai A divine city alone. It was likely that Luo Horror had some method that could save her life. If this life-saving method could not rival the shepherd boy, then under normal circumstances, Luo Horror would have secretly informed her family clans several months ago to request for protection. Now, the Tai A divine kingdom was like a drowning person. Any hanging blade of grass that could save it would be grabbed on. Although the chances of relying on Luo Horror to save the Tai A divine city were extremely minute, it was better than having no hope. It was extremely difficult for a Tai A divine city sage, such as Jian Gu, to raise this issue with a young lady like Luo Horror, as they could not bear ripping off their face to do so. Hence, this task fell gloriously onto Song Yin, who had the thickest skin. Family clan? What family clan? Luo Huayer's eyes rolled her eyes, as if she was clueless about it. Yiyun also stopped his steps. He looked behind him at Luo Horror and Song Yin. Song Yin clearly had expected Luo Horror to feign ignorance. He coughed drily and rubbed his hands, saying, Miss Luo, don't joke around with this old man in such a time of need. We are gambling the numerous lives of the Tai A divine city's residents on this. If we had any other options, This old man would not have put up this old face to mention this to you. Lives are precious. All of us old fellows do not have many years left to live, so it's fine if we lose our lives. However, behind us, there are trillions of citizens. Amongst them are newlywed couples, newborn children. I don't think you want to see these citizens die in the beast horde. When that happens, how great a human tragedy would that be, Song Yan said earnestly. Yi Yun, who was eavesdropping, could not help but admit that Song Yan was very good at speaking. If Luo Hor were to turn away and leave now, she would be a heartless person. Besides, the Taiya Divine City's teleportation array needed the control of 2 law enforcers to activate it. If Luo Hor did not make any affirmation, Song Yan would probably not let her leave. If Luo Hor was forcefully left in the Taiya Divine City, then her family clan would probably not turn a blind eye. Luo Hor clearly also understood this. She bit her lips and said, "Senior Song Yan, it isn't because I don't want to help you all, but I can't be of help. Your guesses are right, I do come from a very large faction. However, if you think that there is some expert protecting me nearby, then you are wrong. Why do you think that with my large faction background, I would come to a place like the Taiya Divine Kingdom?" Luo Hor answered with a question. Yi Yun was shocked as he too was curious over this point. "Actually, I'm here as a refugee. My family clan is in the midst of a war with it being in a precarious position. As a result, for the past few years, the children of my family clan have been sent to the family clan's branches all around the world to prevent the annihilation of the family clan and ending our bloodline. As for the Taiya Divine Kingdom, it happens to have a branch of our family, that's why I was sent here. If my family clan was at its peak, I might have had experts protecting me when I went out training. However, now, how could there be anyone available? As for the secret family clan branch in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, they are likely helpless against such a beast horde even if they were willing to reveal themselves." When Song Yan heard all that Luo Hor had to say, he was completely stunned. After more than 30 seconds, Song Yan let out a long sigh. It looked like he had grown older. "Is that so? If that is the case, then the heavens really wants my Taiya destroyed." Song Yan shook his head. Although he did not hold much hope with Luo Hor, Song Yan still felt his heart sink when he truly realized that Luo Hor could not help at all. If the Taiya Divine City was lost, Song Yan did not dare to think what would happen to the Taiya Divine Kingdom. Would the majestic royal capital and the bustling state cities be void of all life, eventually becoming a part of the divine wilderness? Song Yan's heart sank even more when he thought of this. "Leave." Song Yan waved his hand as he stopped making it difficult for Luo Hor to leave. Luo Hor bit her lips and strangely felt sorry. Although this matter had nothing to do with her, she still felt responsible for it. After some thought, Luo Hor seemed to make up her mind. She took a jade scroll out from her interspatial ring and placed it into Song Yan's hands. "Senior Song Yan, this was given to me by my father. It is an embodiment used to protect my life in times of danger. You might be able to make use of it. I'm leaving, and now with the Taiya Divine Kingdom in danger, my family clan's branch would most likely take me away." Luo Hor's family clan was originally a passing guest in the Taiya Divine Kingdom. It was a migratory bird that landed on a tree. Now with the tree toppling, it was impossible for the migratory bird to support the tree. It would now just fly away. As the teleportation array flashed, Yi Yun's heart felt heavy as he was leaving. He did not know what would happen to the Taiya Divine City. Song Yan, Jian Ge and the City Lord, what did their fates entail with them staying behind? As for Yi Yun himself, although he was returning to the Taiya Divine Kingdom, where would it be safe when the Taiya Divine City falls? Yi Yun knew clearly that his present strength was like a tiny bubble in a large tidal wave that was the super beast horde which was sweeping through several countries. He was not only helpless, but he could be destroyed any time. It seemed like he was out of options. Yi Yun and Luo Hor walked through the teleportation array together. There was already an airship docked at the other end. Many of the young elites had long boarded the airship, waiting to retreat back into the Tai Divine Kingdom. Yi Yun saw Yang Qian, Yao Dao, and company. No one spoke a word. The atmosphere was very solemn. In a corner, Luo Huayr sat in a daze. She seemed to be lost in thought. Yi Yun sighed lightly as he sat beside Luo Huayr. The airship was started up, and as it flew, it trembled in the turbulent air. Luo Huayr's body was swaying with every tremble of the airship. Yi Yun, why do you think war exists? During the flight, Luo Huayr suddenly asked faintly. She was looking out the window at the divine wilderness with a dazed expression. If it was not for war, she would not have left her family clan. And if it was not for war, lives would not be lost. Yi Yun stayed silent for a while before saying, the fighting between humans is the same as animals hunting each other for food. It will always be this tragic. Maybe real peace will never exist. This is because for life to exist in this world, it has to continually hunt for food. Only through non-stop killing can life carry on. Those are the heavenly laws. Either we become the hunter or we will become the prey. There is no way to escape this cycle. Even in death, our corpses might become food or nutrients, continuing on this cycle. This is probably the hallmark of life, Yi Yun sighed, but when Luo Huayr heard this, she was slightly shocked. She had just said it in passing, as if she was speaking to herself, but she had never expected Yi Yun to give her such an answer. She never expected that a 14-year-old youth like Yi Yun could say such things. It wasn't serious. Yi Yun shrugged as he carried on. Instead, we should now think about how we are going to carry on living. Carry on living? Luo Huayr pursed her lips. I should be leaving. Actually, I can put in a word with my family clan to bring you along. Luo Huayr did not have any friends in the Tai Divine City, other than the dim-witted Donger. Yi Yun was originally a person that Luo Huayr found very irritating, but now with life and death on the line, Luo Huayr no longer found him irritating. Leave? Yi Yun was shocked. At that moment, he felt somewhat tempted. If he could leave the Tai Divine Kingdom with Luo Huayr, then he would naturally be safe. However, once he left the Tai Divine Kingdom, he would not know when he would ever return. Just thinking of Song Yan and the words that the city lord had said to him, Yi Yun felt that it was impossible for him to do such a thing no matter what. He was able to accomplish everything he had done because of the resources the Tai Divine Kingdom provided. He had already accepted the fact that he had no other choice but to retreat back into the Divine Kingdom. However, if he escaped by himself, while people risked their lives by staying behind, then he would be an ungrateful brat. Furthermore, Yi Yun still had his elder sister, Jiang Xiao, still in the Divine Capital City. There was also Zhou Xiaoke, Aunt Wang, and all those people he had close relations with. It was impossible for Yi Yun to abandon them, leaving them to die in the beast horde. Returning to the Tai Divine Kingdom meant that there was a chance to reverse the tide. After all, with so many people working hard at it, how could he choose to escape? No, I'll be staying behind. Yi Yun eventually rejected the tempting offer. Luo Huayr pursed her lips and did not say anything else. She knew that the people in her family clan branch were definitely aware that the beast horde conjured by the shepherd boy was much more horrifying than they had previously estimated. Under these circumstances, her family clan branch would most likely to send someone to get her. The airship traversed through divine wilderness with the atmosphere in it of complete silence. It flew towards the territories of the Tai Divine Kingdom. While it flew, it continuously went through many large-scale teleportation arrays. One bustling city after another was left behind by the airship. Yi Yun knew that once the beast horde came, these cities would all turn to ruins. And the residents of these cities had basically no hope of retreating. Sending away tens of millions of citizens through the city teleportation arrays needed energy that they could not afford. Where are we going? A person could not help but ask when a law enforcer walked past. The Divine Capital City. The law enforcer answered. Divine capital? Why are we going to the divine capital? People had originally assumed that they would head to the imperial city. The imperial city was the city that had the greatest defense in the Tai Divine Kingdom, other than the Tai Divine City. The law enforcer said, the divine capital is the largest city closest to the Cloud Wilderness. If the Tai Divine City falls, the imperial city will naturally fall too. At that moment, we can only send all of you into the Cloud Wilderness, to hide in some barren lands. Compared to the divine wilderness, the Cloud Wilderness is much safer. Escape into the Cloud Wilderness? Yi Yun was shocked. This was probably the last resort. However, with beast hordes erupting everywhere, and the Cloud Wilderness being one of the gathering spots of desolate beasts, was it really much safer? Regardless of this, he could at least see his elder sister, Jiang Xiao, once again if he were to return to the divine capital. His fiefdom was after all located in the divine capital city. To be able to meet Jiang Xiao once again in this time of chaos was a blessing.